hello YouTube. Hope you're doing good. Hi Twitch. Hope we're doing well. Streaming on 2 platforms. Of course, if you want to find VODs, find that over on the Blind Extras YouTube channel. I also put up a video this morning of Tarn not mincing his words about corporate games development and all right, so we're working on a dumb machine here that may or may not turn out. We'll see. Otherwise, it'll just turn into a roller coaster. Yeah, worst case scenario, you know. We have a lot of jobs. I'm just going to read the names of the dwarves that are alive in the fort currently. Currently alive in the fort, we have Devilish Potato, Amethyst, Anander, Arende, as well as Ashtolan. Attis, the Cyclops Slayer, who 1v1 to Cyclops. Baby Blueford, who's very happy. Bucket Glass. Bench, who's an undead baby. It's, you know, lovely, homey place. Big Bang the Third, Black Flag Redneck, Bonesaw, Burba, and Danathor, the sequel. Dragoon, as well as Elfie Bean, Fallout Rain, Gaius, Geotrack, and of course, Gordy Casto. Anyway. Grunty Thirst and Ghana Tank, who's still been bit. Hand Chest, as well as Hexalin, and Judo C. Just a Robotic Cow, who is our mayor. And Canord, Lazy Man. What are you? Okay, now, the little, like, side of this connected with the axe made it look like a weird whip thing. I was like, what the hell's in your hand? Lazy Man, Lucky Soft, Laya, Metroid John, Mama is Wolfie, Napalm Sideburns, Neokai, Nodakasa, Nortrum, Orange, Rad Bug, as well as Raging Cave, and Real Man Chuck, and Rolf, Royal Green, Salty Tempest, Span Schwa, Stone, Talon Artho, and Suited Giraffe, Transfem, and Van Ori, Winter Z, Xylium, and I think that is everybody because I'm pretty sure the military is here right now. Okay, so what we are doing right now in the fortress. Okay, what do we have for children? I don't know, pick one. Currently what we are doing is we are constantly invading stuff. Or we were constantly invading stuff with this squad. Up until the most recent siege, because the most recent siege caused me to lose a bunch of dwarves. Fortunately, none of them were named, but we did lose a bunch of dwarves. So dwarves from the Foggy Picks are going to be transferred into this squad, and they're going to keep heading out, and then the Foggy, well, actually, maybe I'll move them from the Geared Papers. Probably the Foggy Picks are going to be transferred into this squad, and they're going to keep invading. The reason why this squad is our main invasion squad is that is the one that has all of the animals assigned to it. So, Maffle? There you go. Very happy dude right there. 7 years old, playing with a steel puzzle box. Good toy. Your dad's dead. Was one of my swords dwarves. Very sad. Very sad indeed. You do have a lot of, you know, gods that you worship. So you're going to be a very busy, like, child. You do have decent quarters. You are, in fact, in your bedroom right now. Probably was your dad's bedroom originally, which means that's probably still your dad's old underwear. In fact, unless it belongs to you. Oh, no, it does. All right. You have a statue in your bedroom, which is an exceptional designed image of Mato, a Black Monster, the Goblin, and a Grizzly Bear by Rolf. The Grizzly Bear is striking down the Goblin. So it's an image of a bear mauling a Goblin during Risu, the Sieges of Ferocity, which took place in 167. So, and you yourself are impervious to the effects of stress. After seeing a human die in 531, you rarely feel strong urges or cravings, and he is a friendly individual, and he's moved by art and natural beauty. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is not and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He acts with a narrow wow, I'm gonna have to apologize for my reading for the next 90 seconds because my eyes appear to be misbehaving. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, and cracks his knuckles when he's bored. Laughs loudly when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He, of course, personally thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and values a harmonious existence and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and likes iron, golden barrel, cowhoof, and coral, the color maroon, and maroon 5, obviously. The male shirts and earrings and giant magpies for their fondness of shiny objects. I like this kid. Of course, you know, playing with a steel puzzle box likes magpies for liking shiny objects. Tomato wine and flax flour. I don't, you know, of all of the wines that they talk about this game, I do not want to try that. Also, Did Zero, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. You like flax flour and you hate moon snails. You feel enjoyment when playing with a puzzle box. Oh, that's interesting. Was irritated after loud noises made it impossible to sleep. I don't think I've ever actually seen that before. So I know that, like, noise is bugged. Or was bugged. So workshops make noise, mining makes noise, and footsteps make noise. Supposedly, noise is part of what causes cave agitation, basically causing the cavern invaders to invade the fort. That would indeed be irritating. Oh, hey, hi, Orange. What time are you gonna swing by, out of curiosity? And I don't know if you saw my DM, but I sent you a DM about either tonight or tomorrow. All right. But actually, I'm curious. Do you have any other thoughts of loud noise? Well, you're dwelling upon wearing old clothing. You need a new hood. Yeah, it's just that one time. What the heck? I know I just did a bunch of construction. Like, I just built this. Chat, keep an eye on your dwarves and see if they're getting loud noise concerns. Yeah, there you go. Where's your bedroom? I'm actually seeing it on a few dwarves. I wonder if they stealth added that. Yeah, there's another one. I'm wondering if they did. I'm actually, like, very curious. Well, this person wants to practice some martial arts, so I'm just gonna chuck them into the military without much thought. Oh. How do you go about avoiding that? Keep sleeping areas further away from workshops and high traffic zones was what you used to have to do. Yeah, I wonder if they snuck re-added that. Huh. They're kind of very stoked. Yeah, no kidding. Well, I mean, I'm also noticing, like, just a lot of dwarves want to, practice in the military, so I'm actually just going to make some general... Okay, not you. I'm gonna make some general wrestling squads, I think. I'm going to put a squad in the middle of the tavern. I'm gonna put it like right here. And it's going to be assigned to the tavern, which I think is the higher up. What is the name of this tavern? The Fenced Pumpkin. Right. The Fenced Pumpkin. And the Fenced Pumpkin is not going to be right here. And this is just going to be where the wrestlers train. And we're just going to rotate out this squad periodically. And start training random dwarves in the military. We could also do the same with this one. There is actually a method to this madness, by the way. This isn't just a... Making sure I'm not putting any dwarves that can't be in the military in there. Let's get them training. And then get you training. And I'm just going to periodically kick all of the dwarves out of this squad. Now, this squad right here is going to take every dwarf from the Foggy Picks. Oh, I can't just search by them. It's fine. Gotta go down to the bottom here. Position 2. So I'm moving these dwarves over to the Foggy Picks so that I can have a squad that I can send back out. Because right now they're not ready to be sent out. Not position 1 though. Only dwarves from the Foggy Picks because they're my melee squad. This squad right here just lost some dwarves, as well as some of my dragons attacking a location trying to steal more dragons. And then let's grab somebody from one of the other squads. Let's go with you from the Geared Papers. So we'll give them a little bit of time to get their stuff set up. But that squad has elephants and dragons associated. And immediately a Marksdorf's been put to rest. Okay. Got it. Sleeping rooms on layer 117 and workshops on layer 23. Maybe not necessarily that far apart, but like... I am going to need to think about where I'm putting bedrooms, I guess. How long have you been in hospital? What do you need? You need cleaning, stitches. You're brought in 20th. Okay, you've only been there for like a day. That's okay. Oh, I don't have a chief medical dwarf. So that's why my hospital's not working. Okay. I don't really know what happened to my chief medical dwarf. So Baka Glass is now the chief medical dwarf. Is also a doctor, which is good. We have a diagnoser. We have 2 surgeons, a bone doctor. Let's chuck another diagnoser in here. Let's chuck another doctor in here. And let's chuck another bone doctor in here. You think it's an 8x8 cube? 8x8 cube. Yeah, I'd need to consult the wiki to like see what it was previously. Just a guess, lava? I doubt lava's the problem here. Trying to see where's the closest bedroom to lava. Eustace? I'll read your thing in a second, Von Galactic. Eustace, jump to you. Nope, nothing from you about noise. You're gonna use that for presidency next? Well, I look forward to your future mayoral campaign. You need my genius. Do you think it's possible to have a farm-centric fortress? You've been seeing tons of Stardew Valley and thought that a farm-orientated group would be a cool concept. I have a question. What in the world makes you think it's not possible? Like, I guess here, what is your qualifier to make something impossible? Would be the question. I need to check my clothing making currently. We are making Hoods. Okay, we are currently doing all the clothing stuff. That's good. Just making sure stuff's not getting canceled. It is not. I'm going to make some more clothing shops, Basalt. Well, I mean, like, if you mean in a... Like, would it be possible to make a living? If you're not talking about, like, selling cooked meals, I mean, you could have a fort that only sells bags filled with flour, as an example. And that would be a very, very... Just set it not to cook, right? You could have bags that are encrusted with gems or glass. So sell very fancy bags that are used for the express purpose of, you know... Used for the express purpose of... let's set Kulet. I'm actually going to set some specific clothers. Get some higher quality clothes. You could have a fortress that is designed with the express purpose of creating the highest quality bagged flour, right? And that would be what I would describe as like a Stardew Valley fort. Dyed clothing too, yeah, and that's also farming. But Stardew Valley also has mining in it. So if you're trying to do like a Stardew theme for a fort, that's probably the direction I would do. I would go, rather. Do have some legendary clothers. But the suited giraffe just joined the wrestling squad. Dwelling upon wearing old clothing. Oh, you've got a linen cape. I can't make capes, can I? No, I can't. Just seeing how they're feeling about these individual combats. The ones that are just like, bah, this sucks, I will just remove pretty quick, but I'm going to keep an eye on these dwarves. Okay, so how's this squad doing? Everybody appears to be armored up. So our last attack attempt did not go well. We attacked this location. I think it was this one? Yeah, it was Sleep Poison. And tried to actually do some damage to them. We didn't, and they won horribly. I'm just gonna do this. This is the Human Tower of Shovel Free. We're gonna give them some shovels. We're gonna give them a donation of shovels to the face. I'm gonna send the Lone Glee. And our goal is to do everything but loot other items. Yes, we are trying to steal books. I'm gonna go to my Duke, I think. Nope, Duke. Yes, Geotrack. Where is your bedroom again? Your opulent throne room. This is where I'm going to put the book, when I get it. The goal isn't to turn the entire fortress into necromancers. The goal is to turn select dwarves into necromancers. That is the goal. So while we're doing this, I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to dig out a pretty small zone right here. This is going to be connected to Geotrack's living space. It's going to be a secret, air quotes, entrance. Just going to go down into here. This is going to be a hidden secret library. And one layer beneath it, I'm going to carve out all of this. I wonder if maybe digging is the thing that's triggering the noise. Because I know that digging does still create noise. No, actually, let's just dig down. I do actually wonder if digging is the issue. Because it could be. Also, I just realized I've screwed up here. And there's just straight up like a hole right here. So let's go around this, fix this. This should not be an entrance or exit into the fort. Get attacked right now, that's a problem. All right. But yeah, as far as, like, chat, I don't know, plop ideas for what you think would make for a good fortress based around farming theming. It appears that the dwarves are invading us once again. But most of my military have already left the map. We're also leaving in a relatively similar area, but not... They literally are leaving right here. Where are my last few dwarves? Okay, there goes Thob. And then the last of the dwarves is this dwarf right here. Buddy. Okay, there you go. You gotta work your way off the map, mate. I don't know if that would necessarily have, like, the best farming aesthetic, right? Because a lot of, like, a farming-themed fort would be, like, farming aesthetics, right? So I would say it would be, like, for me, if someone were to be, like, blind, make a farm-themed fort, I would want to do a lot of above-ground stuff. Because, like, glacial farming, yeah, that would be pretty cool. But I don't know if it would quite have that visual aesthetic that I think a lot of people would be looking for with that kind of fort. All right, so let's get everybody assigned to make sure everybody's assigned to this. We're also waiting on those elephants to leave. So it's the dwarven faction attacking us again. I have no idea. Do you keep count of how many forts you've played? Because if you do, you haven't been playing as long as me. Are the secrets coming? I literally just sent the siege out. So, waiting for the siege to get back. Hopefully they get back quicker than it takes for, you know, that to happen. Ooh, yeah, that would actually be fun. Building like a castle with above ground water-filled farming areas. So have like an outer wall or something with like farming patches on the walls and farming patches under the walls. So you could do like underground farming beneath the walls, and above the walls you could do actually I wonder, hold on. Let me just check something for science. I'm curious. Star, okay. Aw, man. I can't just name something Stardew. I mean, you could call it Star Moist, but Star Brew, there you go. It's like Stardew Valley from Wish.com. Aw, man, no, you couldn't. Actually, hold on. Could you do an adjective? No. Trying to think of things that rhyme with Stardew. You could do here. I mean, you could call it Star Creek Valley. I still think Star Moist Valley would just be funny. Stardouse Valley? No, dew. Dew is not a word, apparently. I mean, moon is. You could call it Star Moon Valley. Star Droplet Valley. True, also animal agriculture. You could do a lot of animal raising. I mean, basically, we're just like kind of brainstorming like the idea of like a Stardew Valley themed fort. I would go with, I mean, Star Moon Valley is the right number of syllables, right? And a lot of that is just like a matter of getting the right number of syllables. Okay, so currently we are just waiting for that squad to return, and then we can expand this, and then we can give this sucker another test run. Also, now is probably a pretty good time to get some more grizzly bears up here. Let's also just make sure that, you know, access to this. Uh-oh. Are they actually leaving the map? Or are they returning? Okay, so they're currently not on the map. Okay, sweet. I'm just making sure the last of my war elephants are leaving. This one... I don't think is currently assigned to anybody. But it is the pet of somebody. So, Kib, you are leaving. Okay, sweet. Star Mist? Sorry, I missed the memo on that one. Is crew an option? So this military squad has war dragons and also war elephants. So it's quite the crew, shall we say. Crew is, so you could do screw, and mist is. Star Moon, Star Crew, and Star... Is new? Star New Valley! Yeah, you could call it Star New, or Star Newt. And are self-sufficient. How do sieges work? Dwarves are not self-sufficient. The way dwarven society works is the mountain homes are not self-sufficient. In the AI gen, they are not self-sufficient. The big mountain halls don't have any internal food sources, really, outside of hunting in the caverns and some mushroom farming. Most of their food supplies, according to the game simulation, actually comes from the hillixes, which are surface farming locations. We did a bunch of exploring of those yesterday. A cat-governed farming community. That's just a mod for Stardew already, right? I'm a little bit worried about this. Because it kind of appears that they're trying to get into fights with that army down there. But I'm just waiting until these elephants have left the map. You heading south? Yes. It's kind of annoying how long it takes for, like, war elephants to leave the map. But... apparently one of my dwarves became attached to an iron longsword. That's kind of rad. You wielding the longsword there, Alath. Speaking of... how's these squaddies doing? Okay, Arende, you do not like this. You do not like your new hobby, so I will swap you out with somebody else. I'm gonna throw in... I don't know, you. You are practicing a martial art right now, dwarf. I want dwarves that are enjoying the process of training. Let's see, like, they want to practice martial arts. I will let them do it a little longer. Save the game? All right. Make sure all doors are locked before fighting starts. Currently, I'm just waiting for all animals to leave. We got time. And Martin wants you to post beers, chat. True, you could do a lot of, like, irrigation, even though it doesn't actually irrigate the soil. A lot of fun water sports. And by that, I mean, like, teach your dwarves to swim. You could have some fun with that, I think. Also, thank you very much to the almost 70 of you watching the YouTube stream. Appreciate you guys. Jokes on coffee? What? Why? Because I said water sports out loud? Is that why you chokes on coffee? How to make Elfie choke on coffee. Say thing that sounds like people peeing on people. Clearly. It's not what you think it is, okay? What's up, Spud? Over in the YouTube chat. Hello, tubes. As I wait for game to save. Yeah, it's competitive in that they are competing to see who doesn't die first. Don't die first is how you win Dwarven water sports. God, I love this. I really, really, really like. I'm going to show off this stupid thing again because it is so stupid. I have this. It's a USB power supply with, like, the fastest fucking quick charge of all time. Like, not even focusing. Not focusing. Game's still saving, so you're not missing it. Nah, it's done. But anyway, it's like, this is a screen, and it says the voltage usage, and my phone just finished charging in 5 minutes. It went from 40% to full. And it's like, it shows the volt usage. It's so cool. It's like the dumbest nerd shit ever. Okay? Great. Fucking love this thing. Fucking love this stupid thing. I just need to get a better method of wiring it up. All right. Owen saw us stumbling around obliviously. Have we had any crimes committed? No. Okay. What's still off map? Okay, so you are leaving the map. Exclamation point goal. It's one of the few things that I actually have a command for, although it's woefully out of date at this point. Replace the non-combative with combative because the queen died, and because the royalty died, our requirements for the fort is slightly different. I don't think this character's this elephant's actually leaving. How about... I don't have any more named war dragons. We're going to train you as an elephant. We're going to have to start assigning the war dragons after this siege, probably. Okay. But yeah, it's changed a little bit since then. We're still building a library. It's just the goals went from, you know, become the mountain home to, well, the queen's a necromancer and I have a duke that wants to rule the world, so let's rule the fucking world. That's pretty much it. Right now I'm just waiting for them to get back because they're trying to steal a book. You live in a van full time, you need that shit? If you want a link, 800M, I can give you a link. It's not sponsored or anything. It also has wireless charging on top, and it also has a little display thingy for the wireless charger. And if you tap the top of it, the display turns off, which I only just discovered, which is kind of crazy. But stays running. And it also has a switch in the back. Display off. You can tell it's got real good capacitors in it because you turn the whole thing off and it stays on for like another 30 seconds, like it's still on. But yeah, there's a little. It's got this little touch thing on top of it. You touch this. There it is. The display turns off. It's fucking cool. Stupidly cool little thing. Also, all the hardware is open source, so you can literally just go look at the parts that go into it, or build it yourself if you want it. All right, so we're just gonna sit here and wait. We should be pretty much good. Okay, so Errol is not leaving the map. A dreaded troglodyte attacker really looking for to see what havoc he could wreak on the dying dwarves in the hospital. He won't wreak any havoc. Not Nightbutt. And there is actually a reason for that. Necromancers only resurrect resurrect undead if they are actively under attack. So unless you have like something that could actively attack your your necromancer in your hospital for some reason, he won't wreak any havoc. Or she wouldn't wreak any havoc. You would have needed to like have like a goblin behind a wall or something. Yeah, they haven't really operated like that in quite some time. Am I missing any military animals? Not really. Let's slaughter a bunch of grizzlies. Geld a few and war train a few grizzlies. I'll also war train the giant cougar. Why not? Just for funsies, because I can. Not the one that's chained. Not the ones that are chained up though. Those stay. Might as well make the nanny goat available as a pet because it's named and I can't slaughter it. And then we wait. And I wait for the squad to come back. Project for another fort? Yeah, there you go. Have like a trap door in your hospital that was commissioned by the chief medical dwarf who just happens to have hobbies of turning the dead into no longer dead. Seems like a good time to me. Could I throw that link over there too? Sure. I just like supporting open source hardware. And all of their hardware is open source. And having tested it now, I can say, the soldering iron I bought from them, really good. Very effective. It's sort of a pair to go with the soldering iron, the power supply, but... That was quick. Because that's to distribute food up here. Also, they're back, it seems. I'm going to go use the toilet, and then we will see how this fight went. Back in a sec. Oops, my scalpel slipped. Yeah, no, they're... Contrary to popular belief, necromancers are not homicidal maniacs. They're just dwarves with a very powerful defensive skill, basically. Alright, let's see how things have gone. Okay. So this is our first time attacking any necromancy sites in this entire fort. The dwarf Van Ori led the attack, and the Walled Shields of Death was their title, by the way. So Van Ori, the Walled Shields of Death, led the attack, and the dwarf Van Ori unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Okay, in Shovel Free. It seems like, oh wow. So one of my elephants clashed with 42 animated goblins, slaying 4. An elephant clashed with 30 animated goblins, slaying 4. The Lone Glee of Orbs, led by Van Ori, clashed with 26 animated humans, slaying 10. That's, I think, the maximum. So they didn't get any stuff, but they did clash with a lot of zombies and kill a lot of zombies. So we didn't loot anything, but no losses, which is optimal outcome. They're gonna go back to training. We're gonna wait. For a couple of seconds. while we wait for the dwarves to head back inside. Let's turn all this on, all of the burrows. Watch the dwarves run in. Omnipotent Disappointment and Ulfsire, how you doing? How goes updating your video game? Ulfsire. Also, I can officially say it now, I have Rift Wizard 2 and will be streaming some of it, if not tomorrow, then Friday. And chat will have to backseat me in that one because I'm not smart enough playing that game. I'm not smart enough to play that game. Why are you standing right on my bridge? I realize you're interested near a fine bridge, but this visitor has come. Uh-huh. Go on. Okay, let's get this lever pulled. Votok, random Baron walking in. So, you know, I'm just gonna say this because streamers sometimes feels the need to say this. Why is there elephants going the wrong way? Okay, let's follow the elephants. Love you guys, chat room. Really do. But you know, so far we've made about $2 worth of bits in the start of the stream, and you know what? Streamers got a budget here, so. Just gotta say, it only cost you about $6 to beat Suited Giraffe off of the high scores right now, which isn't actually that much. Or alternatively, you just need to give two subscriptions to get into the top 3. My sellout section is done now. That's all I really gotta say. But thanks for tuning in today. Appreciate you guys. The video I uploaded this morning is doing well. Thanks for the penny. I appreciate you increasing my daily bits revenue by 0.5%. That is accurate, right? It's 0.5? Thanks, Elfie, for gifting a sub to Ulfie. Morning, Taylor. How thing? Just waiting for these elephants to make their way back home. Homeward elephant. All right, let's do this. Erase this. That should be all of them, right? I'm just going to work under the assumption that that is all of them. Let's see how these dwarves are doing. They get to watch performances while improving discipline and drinking. Black Flag Redneck is carrying the YouTube stream by gifting 5 memberships. If you're watching the YouTube stream right now, look up. Maybe you just got a membership. All in all, I would say that this has been a solid improvement. They're not really getting that many good thoughts, all. It's just a bunch of random dwarves, right? I'm just going to go here, grab these 2 bottom squads, boom, delete. Let them drop and go do whatever they want to do. And I think that's all of the doors shut. So I can now deny their request for parlay. Curious about how big this siege is going to be. And Gay Chadberry wants me to read the last Discord word story, which I can do in a sec. Oh, not too much for me to read, so I will scroll up a little bit and then say, round-chinned and elven people attack dinosaurs bravely if they have wooden teeth. Due to unexpected circumstances, dolphins can't go through the sky. Armadillos roll on blinged walls. All caught up. Changing project
Only
focus for the
jump
next
as
3
high
months
as you have
means
to.
no dealing with fun politics. Oh, that's fun. Devil Dawn. Congratulations. You just completely nuked Suited giraffe's reign. Am I crazy? Or did I misread the thing earlier? I may have misread the thing earlier. Anyway, Devil Dawn, thank you very much for taking that glorious spot on the leaderboard. On top of things, because we're talking about funding, it appears that Moose Moose is giving away 5 dinner dwarves. I think that you are now officially 100% of my gifting revenue in the last 30 days, Moose Moose. Appreciate you greatly. Chat room, if you would like a chance to win a Dinner Dwarves mug, which is this mug, type an exclamation point, enter in the chat right now. We will be having some new merch when Adventure Mode drops. But we need at least 5 of you in the Twitch chat here. This is only going for Twitch chat, not YouTube chat, unfortunately. Exclamation point, enter. It's that simple. Thank you. Moose Moose. Appreciate you, mate. And thanks for helping keep this weird channel funded. Ooh, frame rate doing things. And stuff. By that, I mean it's deciding to not for a bit, which is kind of funny. It'll come back, I think. Did they just, like, horribly murder something? No, they didn't. Where are they going? They're just having a really hard time pathing up, I think. Bring out where they're going. Somebody... Whoop. That's a horse that's panicking. Terrified while in conflict. With what? Oh, probably my dwarves, actually. Oh, this is the problem. I'm just going to go up to here and remove this. Well, no, I said remove this. I just clearly didn't click the button. So, just scrolling up a little bit. Von Galactic sits, Blood Odin, Martin, Agent Nye, and I can't scroll up any higher than that. Agent Nye, Blood Odin, Martin... Von Galactic sits, and I think that's everybody. If your name just got called out by the bot, click on that redeem link that the bot posted a bajillion times in the chat, and that'll be your link to redeem your mug. Is YouTube stream cropped at the bottom? Nope, the stream's just cropped at the bottom. Sorted. That must have been from yesterday. Thanks for pointing that out. Click on the redeem link. It looks like you just won a mug. Okay, I thought that was one of mine for a second there. This dwarf is just like on for the ride, and this horse has the zoomies. This is why mounts, not always that great. Sometimes mounts just go places, and you're just kind of there. Good luck, guys. Are they retreating? I think they are. What a bunch of pansies. So, the funny thing about mounted squads is sometimes their mounts can just panic, which can just cause the siege to end, kind of for no reason. I don't know why that happens, but it just kind of does sometimes, and it's kind of perplexing. I don't know what causes the mounts, because the mounts are driving, right? And because the mounts are driving, if the mounts all just decide to simultaneously panic, which is like the most horse thing on earth, which is why it's funny that these are horses, if they all just decide to simultaneously panic, they literally just leave. Tekid has been taken by a strange mood. Yeah, they forgot the spare drinks. They aren't properly war-trained. No, they are. But even properly war-trained animals can panic. Like, they're as war-trained as any dwarf would be. Okay, are you still attacking me? I'm just going to send the military out to here, because I'm going to send them out anyway, again. Yeah, I guess they're leaving. claimed a jeweler's workshop. So we'll have to follow Tekid. But seriously, thank you very much, Moose Moose, for gifting out those mugs. That's very generous of you. And Devil Dawn, thanks for the $5. Elfie, thanks for the gift. And Cathode, thanks for the penny. Getting this stream funded. It's like, just to kind of lift up the curtain, I do have like this little mental minimum that I need to make per stream, basically. Fortunately, I haven't missed the minimum in a very long time. But it's still nice to clear that early on in the stream. For clarity, it's like $60. It's like, as long as I'm making like $60 a stream, all my bills are covered. That's $60 streaming 3 days a week, including resubs and stuff. But that's also factoring in YouTube money, so. Let's grab, what was I looking for? Van Ori. See how Van Ori is doing. Let me go to this screen, though. How are you doing, Dwarf? You've killed a goblin. All right. Also, you killed a zombie human in Shovel Free, so this dwarf is getting there. I gotta say, the Walled Shields of Death is probably my favorite title I've seen in recent memory. Legendary Axe Dwarf. God damn. God damn. So I'm going to assign some war dragons. This dwarf. Because I want them to be part of this squad. So Van Ori is getting a few of these. Because I think all of our war dragons that were assigned to the squad are dead. We're going to assign 3. Going to jump down to here, which is where they all are. Now, all of the named war dragons are going to be unassigned from this pasture. And they are now going to go leave. So once they catch up to that meeting spot up top, that's when I'm going to send them all out. Well, the odds are pretty good. You know, when there's 5 and like, you know, maybe 30 people enter, the odds are pretty good on that. Don't ever get on your friend's barrel racing horse if she's giggling and has her phone out. What's a barrel racing horse? This is just a question to both chats. I don't know without Googling it. What is a barrel racing horse? Is it a horse that races barrels, or is it a horse that races around barrels? Jumping over barrels? Like, genuine question. I have no idea what a barrel racing horse is. A rodeo event races around barrels. Okay, so like kind of a slalom thing? I know very little about horse racing, in case it wasn't obvious. All right, we are now going to jump back up to the world map, and let's go attack Shovel Free again. Except this time we're gonna pillage. We're just not gonna loot other items, we're gonna do everything else. And they should all just leave the map. There go the dragons. Good luck to my brand new pets. May you live, be strong, and do your best. Oh, Van Ori is off to go get provisions, and you're walking slowly, but you'll get there. So we'll follow Van Ori as they go off to get provisions, and as their dragons follows them. Tekid has begun a mysterious construction. There's something else I need to do here real quick. I need to go to, I think, this lever? Yes. And open it. Forgotten Beast has come, it's okay, I don't care. Fire and Ice, how you doing? Good to see you. Hello. Sort of a dexterity race, got it. Yeah, I'm like famously terrified of horses. Like, I don't hate horses or anything. I'm not one of those people, but like, I'm very cautious around large animals that act unpredictably. Or at least act in a way that I find unpredictable. And I personally find them to be very unpredictable. least this dwarf has a great bedroom. And there's plenty of bedrooms available for them when they come back. What, large animals that act on... Well, except we have better eyesight, right? I've never actually seen anybody get kicked in the ribs in person by a horse. But I was charged by a horse when I was younger. Growing up, my aunt had horses. And there was a horse that she had that was a little bit of a loose cannon. I love the fact that there is a cave dragon right now just murdering a chinchilla. Also, there's a titan fight happening, although I think it's already over. Yeah, Forgotten Beast gores the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, and the injured part is torn apart, so. And I'm in an ad break, so I will pause game. It's like this. I see it. You know. Free will is an illusion. Free will is clouded when friend is egging you on, I would say. Dangerous at both ends and crafty in the middle. I don't know. To me, I think a horse is like a human. If you spend a lot of time around them and you have a good relationship with them, they are a wonderful animal. If you just walked into their house for the first time, you might get punched in the forehead. Especially if you came in uninvited. And I always feel like I'm in somebody else's space uninvited when I'm around horses. And I don't like horses enough to really want to be around them. So I don't, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, that's me and horses. It's just, in theory, I like horses. Probably. But I've never had the interest nor time nor desire to spend the time around a horse to get to a point where I trust the horse. It's kind of the same with dogs, too. You know, like, there are plenty of dogs that I like, and then there are plenty of dogs that I don't trust. Just turns out most horses are in the I don't trust them kind of setting. Tech at the Gem Setter has created Lurkabul Albalineth, an almandine scepter, and offers it to the living fire. This is a very expensive almandine scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with birch and encircled with bands of rose-cut almandines, grizzly bear leather, and willow, and grizzly bear bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of quartzite and grizzly bear leather, and menaces with spikes of granite. On the item is an image of Iden, Spun Channel, the dwarf, and dwarves. The dwarf in almandine. I'm just gonna go up to here real quick. Just say, yo, dwarfs, do this on priority 3, please, once you dig down, because there's a dwarf digging down right now. And they'll just clear this out. And up here is where I'm going to put that amulet. Apparently I've got a bunch of random amulets, artifacts, but this is the one. There goes Van Ori with the dragons in tow. Setting 1 is zoom and setting 2 is murder everything, including myself if needed. Yeah. Setting 1 is run away and setting 2 is for the horde! Dragon, you're supposed to leave the map. Dragon. Dragon. There you go. It's really, it's not the highest value artifact I have even in that room, so yeah, it'll increase the value, but I don't know about to the sky. All right, so over here, I'm going to keep digging this area down. I should lower this Priority 4. So my plan is to completely channel out this area, and then when I'm one layer above the area that all my dwarves live in, which will be almost this, but I'll dig around this, probably this layer, yep. When I get to this layer, we're gonna replace all the roofs with glass. That's what I would like to do. Just to build, you know, a kind of cool looking setting for this fort. Because I think that'll be rad looking. You want a parrot, and he can remove your finger with a single bite. You don't trust any other parrot but him? That's a fair statement. I used to know somebody who had a lovebird, and when he would let it fly around, it would go up to anybody with glasses, grab your glasses, and then put them in his cage. His name was Terry. Wasn't very nice. Well, I think he just really liked having people around, and he found out that when he stole your glasses, you'd come over to his cage. Yeah. Smart bird, but kind of a dick. Like, mate, I need those. I don't know how else to explain this to you, but I need those. Cute? I disagree, actually. As somebody who really needs his glasses, I disagree. Terry was not necessarily good bourbon. Terry the lovebird's so naughty. Yeah, no, birds in general, pretty naughty. Pretty naughty. Birds, similar to girlfriends, can be very annoying. Also adorable sometimes. Let's do schist walls. Except I'm going to delete some of these. And I'm going to put windows there, I think. We'll do quartzite floors. Gotta do the pink floors. Gotta stick with the pink aesthetic, you know? Pink everything. Just looks good. Terry the terrorist. Pretty much. There to blind me. Would also bite your ear. Not the nicest bird. I still maintain that my favorite video on the internet of a bird, though, or somebody's bird pet, is that video of, like, the girl just, like, starting the microwave, putting a Hot Pocket in the microwave, and then just, like, pushing the go button on the microwave for 30 seconds. It hits 0, and then beep, 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 and then a few seconds of silence, and then the beeping starts up again, and she just, like, spins the camera around, and there's a parrot on her shoulder just making the beeping sound. It's, like, maybe the greatest, like, bird-related video I've ever seen. One of the greatest internets of all time. Okay, so how are my elephants on the path of leaving doing? I think that's all of them, actually. Everything should have left at this point. It gets, oh no, but, like, here's the thing. It's funny for me as a bystander who doesn't need to deal with that shit. Years ago, my neighbors growing up, who I think they've both passed away now, they had horses, they had dogs, they had cats, they had an iguana, they had a snake, they had a really nice TV and sound system, and they had fuckloads of money, basically, and an African gray parrot. And they would, like, go to the tropics for a couple weeks at a time. And they would pay me and my sisters, not a huge amount of money, but, like, a little bit of money, like, you know, $50 or whatever, to go over to their house and feed their animals. And if they couldn't take the cats, to stay over with the cats, because one of their cats was a little stress ball. And would kind of destroy things if there wasn't a human around, because he was an indoor cat and liked people. Anyway, we would take turns, like, going over there and taking care of the animals, and my older sister basically took care of one of their horses full time, just kind of like, they practically, like, were just like, yeah, if you come over and train this horse, you can just ride it. So they were nice neighbors, but they they're African. They had a grandfather clock thing, so it would do that bang 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 bang, like on the hour, right? And then it would do the ding like 3 times, bang bang bang, and then there'd be a few seconds of silence, and you'd never know what fucking time of day it was because the parrot would just keep going for like 90 seconds. It would be like, well, it is hour 42, I think. It's completely useless. You just learned to kind of ignore the clock. Oh, really? Well, I mean, you live in a generally pretty wealthy area, and yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised by that. I'm kind of wondering if like that kind of industry is gonna pop up here, because there's a lot of very clueless animal. I know that there's a couple dog training places that have popped up recently. Like, since people started getting pandemic puppies, like, there's a lot of people that, you know, got a cute puppy during the pandemic and, like, didn't factor in the fact that they live in a tiny-ass apartment and also like to go on long vacations, and now you own a husky, congratulations. There's a lot of people who, like, didn't factor in the fact that, you know, dogs, not necessarily, you know, the best when it comes to small apartment living. So there's a lot of really poorly trained huskies, you know. Those dogs are all just a mess. Yeah. Like, I love dogs. I don't love many dog owners. Dogs are wonderful. Dog owners make me want to remove a chunk of my forehead sometimes. There's a lot of really crappy dog owners. I mean, my favorite one, though, on a tank. Ezekiel, thanks for the 36th month. Welcome back. It's coming bi-monthly. You're a lurking sub. Do what you gotta do, mate. Thanks for keeping that sub alive. But one of my favorite like pandemic pups is Bruno. Bruno is like 160 pounds. He's huge. He is a poodle, golden retriever, something. He's huge. And last year when he first was acquired by his owners, he went from being about this big to being like taller than me on his hind legs, and I'm not short. And her owner is, the Elfie will understand this, about Elfie size. And she works indoors. She works from home, which is good. Like, the dog has somebody around all the time. Friendliest, most wonderful animal, like, of all time. Beautiful dog. Absolutely beautiful dog. They take him out for walks 3 times a day. And you can always tell when he's coming out in the evening because you hear an audible thunk when the door opens, because he lives in the building next door to mine, not actually in my building. But when the side door of the building opens, you can hear just Bruno booking it out the door. This dog has so much goddamn energy and so much, like, at least initially when they had him, he was so poorly trained that it was like, he would just, like, pick a random human that was, like, sitting down outside or, like, existing outside and just, like, flop on your legs. He'll just, like, walk up to you and flop on you, or just, like, jump onto your shoulders. Like, I actually had him on, like, a backpack once because he just, you know, I'm walking, bang, just suddenly I have this massive dog on my back. It's like, hi, Bruno. Like, he thought he was a backpack. He is a lovely dog, but my God, they didn't expect him to get that big. And it was pretty funny when he was like a puppy, still acting like a puppy, because he would just do shit and they'd be like, yeah, we like are trying. And to their credit, they've gotten him professional training now, and he's a lot more well behaved. The first like year they had him was just like the dumbest, massive, super friendly, stupid dog I've ever seen. I feel like just bouncing off something from YouTube chat, I feel like pet parrots have a serious case of main character syndrome. Okay, so we pillaged the Necromancer Tower. Also, for reference, this fortress is kind of nearing its end, I think. I think we'll keep it going maybe another stream or two beyond this one, but we'll be starting a new fort soonish. The Veiled Halls attacked the enchanted passions of an unknown civilization. And I think the next faction we'll play as is the lobster guys that are at war with this faction. I think it'll be fun to be the guys invading my fort. The Dwarf Van Ori, the walled shields of death, unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. So the difference between raiding and pillaging. Raiding, they attack and try and steal things. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? Because today we are the Vile Force of Darkness. Raiding is us attacking the enemy, right? And trying to steal things while doing as little damage to us and them as possible. Pillaging is just caution to the wind, attack them, essentially. So, first line of attack is my Elephant Iden. Clashed with 38 animated goblins, slaying 7. The Lone Glee of Orbs, led by the Dwarf Van Ori. The Walled Shields of Death, clashed with 31 animated goblins, slaying 10. The Elephant Iden Snarl Saber, clashed with 16 animated humans, slaying 7. The squad, once again, clashed with 9 animated humans, slaying them. The Elephant clashed with 21 animated goblins, slaying 7. We clashed it with another 14 animated goblins, slaying 10. So that's basically all of the animated goblins now. So I think they're still humans. Okay, there we go. We searched shovel-free. So we did steal a bunch of books. So I'm going to screenshot the names of all these books. And I'm going to look them up and we're going to find them in my inventory. So now we have a choice. Do I capture this place? Or do I keep looting the books? Actually, let's see what we got. I'm just going to pop up this screenshot so I can have a list. Let's see if we got it. Okay, so let's go to stocks and type in "for the love of meeting." Actually, hold on. Do the dwarves still have them in their inventory? Probably not. Which means they're probably already... Yeah, okay. Let's just go... Codex, of which I have quite a few. Okay, so for the love of meeting. I just scroll through is probably better. The confrontation abridged. More tower. The group, my only mistake. My friend Benz. It's probably about a contortionist, right? Uncovering shovel-free. The mountain home, in theory, better tower, and the tower and more. Okay. I think it depends on whether or not... Depends on whether or not these end up being... It must be scrolls. I think it also depends on whether or not these end up being the actual Necronomicon or not. What's up, Audio Assassin? Stormwolf, hey! Just let me go through these books real quick. Immortality ever on? Probably not one. The Elf, the Truth. Surveying in the modern era, uncovering the stars. More creatures. It's just a bestiary, probably. I have a lot of scrolls. know, questions about reproduction. You know, I have many of those, too. The Horrors and of Savagery and the Chasm, uncovering Shovelfree. Concerns the authoring of Shovelfree and other travesties. Ooh, actually, hold on. It appears. Got dwarves hauling books. Uncovering Shovelfree, how about you? For the love of meeting. Another one. Concerns the false friendship. I don't think that we have to worry too much. None of these books are too sus sounding. I think we'll just let it go. And if I end up with some extra necromancers, worse things have happened. I'm gonna send these dwarves back out. Well, actually, let's not attack that location again. Instead, trying to find a new location to hit. We could go for this, which is another fortress. Could also hit one of these very large goblin towns, or the Dwarven Hillixes. All perfectly legitimate options. This was one that I captured. Any abandoned towers or tombs? Not really the priority here. Chat room, I have a question. Tower, pit, Dwarven fort, or Goblin town? Tower, pit, Dwarven fort, or Goblin town, and then we'll name Stormwolf. There's nothing risky about attacking Dwarven forts. It's no different than a pit. If anything, I would say the Goblin town is probably the riskiest one.
Crypt beer.
Hey, Petinsky! All right, Goblin pit it is then. Let's go hit this one. We're gonna pillage it. Go get them, dwarves. Okay, Stormwolf. Petinsky, thank you very much for the 30th month. I saw you were streaming Dwarfs. Welcome back. Well, it's gonna get a shout out for the great Petinsky. If you don't know who Petinsky is, well, he was one of the dwarves in Long Death, so he's been around for a while. Plays dwarfs quite well. I can do with recommend. Stormwolf, what kind of dwarf would you like? Getting provisions as they do.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Somebody with weird hobbies. I have no necromancers in the fort. So, can't help you. Okay, no necromancers. So, you're gonna have to be a little bit more varied on the weird hobbies. Any smiths or craftsmen? Plenty. Well, craftsmen. Apparently no smiths, or nobody with like smithing as their primary job. I do have 2 furnace operators. I've got Melbill and Dumat, but we got bajillions of gem-related dwarves. Why do the names flash like that? It means they have a legendary skill. So one of their skills is legendary if their names are flashing. Highest quality, or highest level skill, basically. They have a skill that is maxed out, which isn't necessarily their set skill. Stormwolf, beard or no beard? Because I could just give you like cattle or something, this dwarf. They get tons of work every other year or so. The weavers are busier, generally. I could give you, like, Lorbam, who's an assigned clother, primarily, or, like, English, who's currently cooking, who's also a weaver. So this could work if you like that. Legendary Weaver. Wants to wander and practice martial art, but generally is doing okay. English it is. Storm Wolf. Storm Wolf, aka English Packknife, always gets frisked before getting into the nightclub, is impervious to the effects of stress, often inflamed by hatred, and easily develops hatred towards things. Is always friendly and tries to say nice things. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, and he can be very single-minded. He is a pessimist, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He doesn't often focus on material goods and doesn't often feel lustful. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, and doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of raising a family. You like pig iron, almondine, and llama wool. The color mahogany, gems, and rabbits for their ability to burrow, rattlesnakes for their warning rattle, and the words of the certainty of directions, and when possible prefers to consume barley wine and bumblebee royal jelly. And you hate large roaches. You worship Lum, who's the god of the Buff Fellowship, which is the god of something. Can't remember what. But they are a popular religion here. They do, in fact, have a constructed cathedral in the fort. You quite like your job. You really want to be near friends or family. You don't have any friends, and you don't have any family in the fort. Do you fill out the wander need? There's several different ways. Wander is a pretty loose definition. It kind of means that they want to learn something, but not specifically. So now I'm going to send probably the geared papers to just raid Shovel Free. I don't actually know if they're clear, but they do have a pretty decent captain, so this squad is going to run out and hopefully do their damnedest to raid Shovel Free. I'm going to jump up to here, and I'm going to fill this in. Green glass blocks. And I'm going to go around the edge of this with quartzite. And here's hoping this thing will stop accidentally setting people on fire. Because that is my clothing disposal, and it can get a little dangerous when stuff gets fired into it. Let's see if I'm forbidding that. We'll fix this. Go down here. Go down here. That was what? Orth? Okay. Oops. So this is going to be the Duke's private library. So even though it's not going to be assigned as a library for most of it, I do need to see what we have in stocks. Wow, my smelting of gear has increased our iron and bronze supply quite considerably. Let's see, what fun materials can I make right now? Let's see, because I can never remember, so I will just check. I can use billin. I can make brass. We'll do that. I can make fine pewter. Let's also make sterling silver. Yeah, some needs are harder to fill in Dwarf Fortress than others. I love the fact that we have a instrument called a shook. Simulate shook. Okay. This is kind of my nerd squad, so we'll just throw a bunch of random dwarfs into here. Not orange, you don't need to be in here. throwing gem setters into here mostly. Various gem dwarves. And we're going to get these guys training. Briefly. Give them an opportunity to go, you know, do the training thing. Or the Mario. Whatever is easier for them, honestly. There's just a pile of flasks right there. Something kind of funny about that. I'm starting to think we may need more brewers. I'm starting to see we're running low on alcohol again. So chat room, I'm curious. Have you built anything fun in Dwarf Fortress recently? I realize we just got hit by an ad break, but you built anything particularly noteworthy in Dwarf Fortress recently that you're proud of, or are you working on any cool projects? Let's make some green glass stills. What do you mean must be time to swing your arms from side to side, Elfie? What? Oh, you mean like training? You made a forge with which I fulfilled long-term dream of mine, dig from the surface to the caverns, open-air caverns. I only did that once by accident because I had a cavern layer that was 5 layers below the surface. It was like dirt caverns. So I had a fort like that once by accident and it didn't survive very long. I've tried to do that a couple times, but it always failed. How'd your brogue runs go last night, though? Or just in general, what have you been playing, chat? Built a terrarium with mermaids. Pain to catch them. I haven't seen them in this version, but I have seen them. Where did you find them, out of curiosity? Because I know, like, before, you always had to be in, like, deep oceans, so it basically forced you into an island embark. How old is this fortress? Well, the fortress started in 521. We're getting there. I guess there's more stuff for them to fight there, unless I just accidentally put somebody else in there. You coming back or leaving? Oh, oh. Well, that explains why this dwarf hasn't left the map yet. You're in prison. Okay, well.
Crypt zoom, crypt zoom,
we'll remove you from this,
crypt
then.
zoom.
What about you down here? You're leaving. There we go. Perfect. Vaca Studio. Thank you very much for the Prime for the 3rd month, helping keep this channel funded. 1 resub at a time. Of course, check your Primes, because they're going to be losing some value, probably, when June hits. Because they're getting regional pricing, meaning instead of me getting $2.50 flat, I will get whatever that equivalent is based on your region, based on how much Prime costs in your region. So, which, honestly, I think is a better way of doing it, but just an FYI, they are losing some value pretty soon. At least on the streamer side of things. But thank you very much. It does mean a lot that you keep that subscription going. Just gonna mine through this, and then I'm gonna carefully channel these down along the edges. Try and trim this out. That whole squad has now left. Perfect. You been playing Caves of Cud, Freeways? Is that you just say Psychic Glimmer out of nowhere? Absolutely wonderful game. How far have you gotten? Or are you not following the main campaign? So this is going to be interesting. If I do this wrong, this could cause some pretty big cave-ins, which I kind of don't want to do, so I'll be careful here. There we go, that gets caved in. Sweet. Or cut down, no, dug out, no cave-ins. It's basically just these two that need to go. They'll probably stand either right here or right here. that also needs to go. Trying to get to level 18. Why 18 specifically? I really want that achievement for beating Golgotha before hitting level 12. Like, it seems doable. I think it's level 12. Took like 10 years. Mirthful Ocean. I've only ever seen them in Joyous Wilds Ocean. I'm actually quite surprised you found them in a Mirthful one. Right, this squad is returned. This is the one that was sent out to just go steal books, which they did. Okay, so Shovel Free and Glory. Right now the item is a guide entitled Shovel Free and Glory. It concerns the Tower of Shovel Free. Well, that's fine. That can absolutely go into the main library. Right beneath you, you here have records of the Cardinal Confederation. It concerns the Cardinal Confederation. Overall, the information is coupled masterfully. Wow, good book. Metob here has the Tower Factor Fiction, a fun game for children. It concerns the Tower of Shovel Free, obviously. They really like writing books about their own house, you know, like the place they live. Written on the item is, oh, the rollers are made from gold, fancy. Written on the item is a guide entitled Course on the Tower. Kiwi parchment, yeah. I mean, you gotta make parchment out of something. In my head, it's just kiwi fruit parchment. An exploration of the tower. It's a guide entitled Exploration of the Tower. Concerns the tower. It concerns the tower. Alath, you have Unusual Sleep. It concerns the secrets of life and death. Ah, found it. All right. Unusual Sleep is what I would name a Necronomicon. Discovering storage. It concerns the storing of Rakust came full circle in Shovel Free. It's about organizing books, I guess. And then the last one is Shovel Free when it counts. Authored by Einod. It concerns the Tower of Shovel Free. All right, Unusual Sleep. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of that like YouTube video by that Local 58 or whatever the name of that channel is. Real Sleep. That's what that sounds like to me. Sounds like Real Sleep. So it's gonna go onto this pedestal right here. So what I need to do is go, where was Unusual Sleep again? Because I did just forbid it, so. Codex. It's the one forbidden codex. Was it a scroll? I did not actually look. I have a lot of books, chat. Do you know that? Like, a lot of books. It was what, Alath who had it? I mean, they might still be carrying it too. Yeah, you do. Okay. Let's follow it. See where it ends up. There it is. Sweet. So now I can pause the game. It's a Dolomite-bound codex. Okay. Sweet, found it. Cheers, Fraga. Got enough books yet? I need to actually look at how many books are in this fort. Like, I probably should. I'm kind of curious. I mean, the goal of this fort was to, you know, build a library, right? So I think, who's the most pissed off dwarf in the fort? Bonesaw, are you watching the stream right now? If I were to theoretically send you to go take over a Necromancer Tower on your own and run it with an iron fist, would you be down? If they don't respond in like 10 seconds, I'll send Zasset. Maybe not Zasset, maybe Locum. send local. Mark's Dwarf. What's my favorite part about Dwarf Fortress? The fact that it is one of the only games I've ever played that still surprises me. And regardless of how long I've played it, I know that there are more ways that I could play it differently. It is a game with unparalleled freedom, with maybe the exception of, like, you know, games like Rust or something like Project Zomboid or a lot of modern survival games, except I don't really like survival games. And it's like playing the longest game of Civ you've ever played in your life, except the AI or the game itself is running the board. You just get to select individual, what's the word? It allows you to select a location in the world, and you get to interact with that larger game of Civ going on overhead. So I'm going to assume that that means that Bonesaw is not watching the stream right now. So I'm going to just make a new squad, no uniform, and Salty is not going to run it. We're going to put, not Zasset, who was that dwarf? Locum. Yeah, you. This dwarf. This smart dwarf. You, the Lancers of Esteem, are going to go conquer and occupy this location. First, you're going to go put your stuff away. How goes Dwarves today, Walls? Pretty good so far. Chad, how do you think Dwarves go so far? We've acquired a Necronomicon, and I'm putting it in a secret library in the basement of the Duke's living space. We've done some invading and attacking of things. In fact, I'm just realizing that our last pillage mission just came back, which is good. So we are invading and attacking things and, doing stuff. Are they bringing a dragon? No. I mean, there's nothing left there, so we've killed everything. It's just books. The Veiled Halls attacked the Tall Fly of the Low Fiend at Monster Color. The Dwarf Van Ori, the Walled Shields of Death, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Apap, Glory's Quest. Van Ori, outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. How big is my library? I need to check the total count. Immediately, a goblin was struck down by one of my elephants. A goblin was struck down by another elephant. A goblin was struck down by another elephant. It appears that we searched the place. We looted a bunch of books. So it looks like we just acquired more books. Also, no other items, just that. All right, let's go and let's be ballsy. We're gonna go attack the Dwarven Fortress of Orb's Bane. Actually, chat, sack channels or Orb's Bane? Also, actually, you know what? We should attack their mountain halls. Because they're literally, like, surrounding us with mountain halls. Violent Mind, which is a really good name. Bandhame. Theater Lord. Chat, Orb's Bane? Or Violent Mind? Or sack channels? What do we attack? Sounds like you found Boat Murdered. Recreating some of the events of Boat Murders is not as difficult as some people seem to think it is. Sack channels? Okay. It's got to live up to its name, right? Okay, so we are going to seize Shovel Free and sack channels. Well, we're just going to raid it initially. If the initial raid is successful, then I will crank up the power for the second one. Dwarves are heading back out. So the library currently has pie books. high. 314. I could probably get this up to 1,000. I think that would be a fun little goal to hit. Let's go for 1,000 books. At the rate we're acquiring, I think we could do that. I think we could do that. But the Dwarven faction that I am at war with, that we are currently attacking, is the one that I would like to play next. So, you know, we are the bad guys right now, I will say. Or we are becoming what is going to be the bad guys for the next fort. That'll be floors. All the way up to there. And I'll put windows on that corner. I think Orb's Bane is next on the list. Turn half your fort into necromancy. I mean, dangerous books is half the fun of reading, right? We don't... Oh. The Tower of Shovelfree, far to the south, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Well done, Dwarf. It seems our minion has completed their mission and has achieved success. Congratulations to the dwarfiest dwarf, who dwarfed recently. Living Fire defeated the enchanted passions of an unknown civilization and took over Shovelfree. The new government was called the Stern Rocks. That's just a funny name. It appears that Lazy Man is my one messenger. Yes. So I could theoretically go ask for him back, but nah, that Angias Dwarf can stay there. Speaking of dangerous books, that's the danger book. Let's poke around. Oh, hey, there's a abandoned monastery right here. I'm gonna send the geared papers to Go Still Books. Rockin' stern, yeah, pretty much. We're gonna have to tell the residents of Channel Ransacked to set their channels to ransacked. We're replacing windows along this sign. And I'm gonna go up to the surface. Okay, well. I have to do this. I didn't want to do this, but we'll have to do this. And let's go down. They see me rolling. What? Is that what you mean by rolling? Come on. Keep rolling. What is the purplish thing I'm using for the... You mean in the middle of the screen right now? Bonsai? That's quartzite. It's more pink, I think, but... At least it looks pink to me. To my eyes, anyway. Not that my eyes are to be trusted. Like a motherfucking chainsaw? What? One of the greatest videos of all time on YouTube, in my opinion, is Total Biscuit reading the lyrics to that song extremely dry. They keep rolling, baby. How's it been? You haven't been on in a minute? It's been okay. It's been a weird week. Like, I had a really crappy, like, 2-3 weeks mentally, but I've kind of popped back and out of it. It's okay. Every single day you go on Twitch, you get to see TB laughing. He truly gets the last laugh. Did I not queue up bookcases? Right, yeah, I made some cool materials. Bars. What do we have? 9 brass, okay. 2 electrum. How much sterling silver do I have? I have 8 sterling silver. Okay, let's make 2 sterling silver bookcases and 2 brass. And DF on Steam? How many hours? In total, I couldn't tell you, but 1,861 as of this morning, and I've been streaming for about 2 hours of Dwarfs today, so. Plus 2. I would say, yeah. A Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. This one is goblins, and they're also seeking a parlay, so we have to wait for both of our squads to get back. Iton's still trying to leave the map. Where are you? This one will get back real quick once this guy leaves. What, for today? Add another 5. Because I will be swapping games today. I want to play some more Jupiter Hell today. Oh, we've hit early spring, so one of my rams was found dead. Also, this squad is coming back. Let's see how they did. So this was their attempt to attack sack channels. Oh, interesting. The defenders were led by an elf. The walled shields of death outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The dwarf Iden clashed with 5 dwarves, slaying them. One of my dwarves clashed with 5 enemy dwarves and slayed all 5. I didn't like the first one. I tried playing the first Dragon's Dogma because I got it for free on, what's it called? PlayStation Plus, because I bought a PlayStation because it was cheaper than a Blu-ray player with no real intent of playing games on it. I ended up playing and absolutely despising the first 3 Uncharted games. I thought those games were awful, but I played them because I had no internet for like 2 months. I really enjoyed Journey, really enjoyed Flower, and really enjoyed Eco, and really enjoyed Shadow of the Colossus. Loved Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus was amazing. But I did not like Dragon's Dogma. I played it for like 4 or 5 hours, and it just, nothing about it grabbed me. So I don't really have any interest in the second. Yeah, I don't know. It's not really my kind of thing. Why? I hope it does well, though. It's one of those games where it's like, it's really cool that the fans of that game are actually getting a sequel, and it's not getting nuked by, like, you know, the existence of a FromSoft DLC or something. Shadow of the Colossus is a wonderful video game. Truly wonderful. One thing I will say about fully loaded progress bars is most progress bars are cheating and fake. The dwarf of power tools and beer clashed with 5 elves, slaying them. This is how you know my dwarves are strong. I didn't clash with 5 dwarves, slayed them. Power tools and beer clashed with 5 elves, slaying them. Dwarf moral gate jump was struck down. Well, that's not good. Although I'm pretty sure that was my last recruit. The dwarf Volbok, his right hand was smashed by Van Ori. Well, that's good. Volbok was struck down by Van Ori. That was a notable dwarf. Power tools and beer struck down another goblin, and the dwarf Iden clashed with 5 dwarves, slaying them. So, the beginnings of sacking that fort is happening. Although, actually, hold on. I didn't lose any dwarves in my squad. So no, that wasn't me. That was a dwarf that is a member of my faction that had joined them that we killed. Also, I need to check something. Iteb is their queen. It'd be really fun if I could kill their queen. Also, their queen is a carpenter, which is kind of interesting. All right, let's start getting the dwarves inside. And let's include this area real quick. And I'm going to include this area because I got to get these windows placed. But then I'm going to remove this area. And then I'm going to make a separate area for my Duke. And Chad, should this be like, okay, what kinds of dwarves in the fort do I turn into necromancers? Because I like to limit it. I don't like to just say open season, anybody can become a necromancer. I like to be very specific about what kinds of dwarves get to become necromancers. The unhappy, no, no, come on. Because I'm thinking like, scholars could be a doable thing. I'm thinking nobles. Children is a terrible idea because necromancers don't age, so they'd never get jobs. That is an awful idea. Schemers is a bit specific. I'm thinking right now we'll start off with Bonesaw and my Duke because they're both nobles. I think that's what we'll start off with. So let's erase this and make a new burrow. Because obviously the siege is the best possible time for this sort of thing. Duke. Baron. Although my Baron is also quite upset. This dwarf. We're just going to go socialize. All right. All right, so we are now just waiting on this squad to all get back inside, which they appear to have. Let's pull this lever. Also need to keep an eye on those elephants and make sure they don't get too hungry. I do like the idea of scholars, though. Who's our scholars? Ash, just a robotic cow. Well, Geotrack is a scholar. Talon Artho and Gord. We could do that. Okay. That's mostly sealed off, which is good. Okay, how's the door doing? Door looking closed. Wait for this elephant to make it to the side door, and then we will start the siege. When you're saying cult, you mean religion, right? Because dwarves do not join religions once they're in your fort. That's something that they can be convinced of in the behind-the-scenes simulation or in adventure mode to worship a different god. But within fort mode, currently, there are no mechanics allowing for dwarves to change the religion that they are currently a part of. In fact, like the temple mechanics and like the way religion works is actually pretty recent in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, that was like one major patch before Premium came out. And why were 2 dwarves found dead? What? Radbug, did you throw a tantrum and push a dwarf into lava? I think you did. I think You shoved somebody into the lava. That was my tavern keeper, actually. Who shoved you into the lava? Oh. Attack the captain of the guard, but he jumps away. Oh, are we just... Is this a tavern brawl? Is that what's happening? Because this kind of seems like... maybe not. Maybe not. We're in an ad break, so I can't really do much. But, that's perplexing. It kind of seems like there was just a... Actually, who's the captain of the guard beating up?
Bring out your dead!
Oh, did I just lose the captain of the guard? Is that what just happened? Yeah, so it was Radbug, but like... Yeah, okay, so captain of the guard just died. I think that was Gaius, wasn't it? You know what? I'm gonna make Amethyst the new captain of the guard. I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, it obviously was a fight. I mean, there's a combat log with a whole bunch of my dwarves fighting Dwarf Dragon, if you missed it. But, like, I'm just not entirely sure what instigated it. It seems like just one dwarf tantrumed. But, so my champion, Amethyst, is now also the captain of the guard. And we'll give her a fancy ring. Oh, that's interesting. I've never seen the job of noble before here. You? Also is actively fighting with people. Okay, this has to be some sort of mass fight that's going on. Yeah, okay. Gordy, the scribe, was killed. Oh! Hold on a second, let me check something.
1 year. Keep you good work. Tarn make me have good thoughts on the GDC interview.
I wonder... Aeronamu, thank you very much for the 12th month with Prime. Welcome back. I have a theory. Is it my military? Because... No, okay, it's not my military. The reason I was saying maybe it's my military is, we did kill somebody that was part of our faction while out on that last siege. Well, that's fun. Let's just make sure that we have tombs that they're getting put in. Let me just make sure that I have empty tombs. Yes, we do. Is this in the burrow? Yes, it is. So that's a sudden possibility. Is that we've had some sort of, like, light loyalty issue. I think it was just these two that burnt, as well as Metroid. And Gaius. Gaius was the captain of the guard previously. Let's just close this and see if it pops back up. We're still fighting. who was the other one? It's Iden. Who's Iden? Also, chat, I'm gonna get a round of beers for the 1 whole year from Aeronamo. Please and thank you. Okay, well, it's not you. You start a new world and immediately picked an area where there's a zombie dragon. Good luck! Wait, intentionally? What's your last name? Actually, let's just jump to the last thing you did. Who's nearing a ranged door? How incredibly interesting, says the dwarf. Alright, well. Things seem to be calming down with whatever the heck that was. Dwarves that are still fighting are just vomiting. That could have just been a really bad tantrum. I don't know exactly. But let's punish Radbug. So our champion. Now go do the task. Wait, what? Okay, what's happening here? Something weird's going on. If somebody is... Does being a champion remove the ability to be assigned jobs? What do you do with lava? What do I do? Pour them on enemies. Mostly. Because she's still doing jobs. Is that like a bug or an intended thing? Then how come she's doing jobs? I just learned something about champions, apparently. Because that seems odd. But, like, the thing that's really confusing me here is the fact that she's listed as just a noble. I've never seen that before. Some random forgotten system. Cannot be reassigned to work labors. That seems like a bug. Well, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna remove you as the champion. Huh. More you know. Interesting. Where was Amethyst? I mean, it doesn't really bother me, it's just weird. Something I want to confirm is intended, though. Because I don't remember that from older versions, and it's been in the game for a bit. I may have just never noticed it. Odd. Weird. All right, whatever that fighting was seems to have stopped. Okay, let's deny this. Make sure the door is shut. Yes, it is. Let's do the siege. Huh. That's a not small siege. I like it. Captain was the champion too and he worked? Sure, but can you manually assign jobs? Because they're working. They're doing jobs. I just can't reassign them different jobs. Apparently, Cooler, thanks to paychecks from Art, has managed to buy a 4060. So my artist now has a better graphics card than me. Well, actually, I think the 3070 and 4060 are pretty comparable. Oh, trust me, we got lots of goblinite here to extract. They should come up here. Could assign workbenches? Yeah, that seems like a bug. I'm gonna ask Bud. Because if they couldn't do jobs and don't do jobs, fine, makes sense. If they can't be assigned jobs but do jobs anyway, that seems like a bug. Very much seems like a bug. Uh-oh. Kumil the General about to have a bad time. Sorry, Kumil. Got bad news for you. Zassit, you're an idiot. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I mean, you did it to yourself, I suppose. Rest in peace, Zassit. All right, so who here has not seen the lava cannons working yet? Someone on the Discord server asked for, like, if anybody knows exactly how these cannons work. So I'll do a run-through of one round again. I know Telenartho put a pretty good descriptor of how they work. Jesus, that's... How big... Okay, I'm going to use DFAC. I need to know how big this siege is. How big is this? 317 Goblin, 11 Dwarf, 9 Elf. Wow. I wonder. No. Sag. I was kind of hoping that there'd be that the Blind Cave Ogre was part of the siege, but no, it's in one of the caves somewhere. Are there chest variants now? Chest variants. Hasn't there always been chest variants? You mean chests and coffers? Because coffers are technically a chest variant. I'm gonna lock that door and lock this door so they don't run off into those side walkways, because I don't really want them doing that. Or do you mean like breastplates? Like, what? All right, so I pull this lever. This lever is connected to these bridges. They're invisible because they've got lava in them, but these are minecarts with lava in them. Trust me, there's lava. There's minecarts in this lava with lava in them. What's gonna happen is when these drawbridges go down, they're gonna get propelled really speedily, like up this entryway here. Okay. Then they're gonna go 10 layers down and hit this fortification, with the last tile that they have being a flat one, which I have placed these floor bars on. These buttons up top are all connected to these two are both connected to these two floor bars, and the subsequent ones on the other side are connected to these two, because the one on the outside is a little bit too fast to actually be able to hit the button every single time, so it hits it every other time. Then they drop down and go all the way up and then down again and do it again. It's pretty simple. And it appears that my stray war grizzlies are having to do the fighting with the things because, well, they've actually made it all the way past. But that's okay, because the cannons are starting to reenact D-Day, but with goblins and dwarves. They then try and, walk forwards. You just got slammed. While we may be losing some of our war grizzlies, that is fine. It is fine, trust me. See, like that goblin just got smacked. This gob is doing quite literally getting gobsmacked. There you go. See, they get knocked by the glob of lava and knocked backwards into lava. Then we get another glob of lava going through. If anybody wants to clip the portion where I explain how this thing works and how the goblins get yeeted backwards, you can do that on Twitch if you like. I'm going to send my squads right here. And we're going to go get rid of this problem up here. We're also probably going to lock this door. Maybe not just yet. A little close. But probably should lock this door. Because dwarves are going to start going, evil dwarf, which is bad. This dwarf is a big meanie and decided to try and kill baby bear instead of, doing something more useful. I'm also going to lock this door so that they don't go after the dwarf that just ran underground down into here and are taking the very long pathy way out. Waiting for my military to get up here while they kill the baby. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 5 pack of gift subs. That's the biggest pack of gift subs to go out today. Greatly appreciated. The goblins are having a rough afternoon, I think. But, they're making... Whoop! That sucks to be you, I suppose. The military should be down here somewhere. Here they come. Led, of course, by Van Ori, our glorious leader. Walking up the ramp into the fight is beginning a striking demonstration by striking the militia captain. Wait, holy plum. They have a holy plum? Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's somebody else, okay. I was like, what is happening? The militia captain hacks the hammer dwarf in the lower leg with an iron axe, and bruising the muscle through the chain leggings. Right behind them is Sazir, the sacred general. Is that a religious position? Yeah, okay, that is a religious. That's a wonderfully great, military dwarf religious name. The sacred general of the doctrine of containing. That's wonderful. Is bashing the goblin hammer dwarf in the right upper arm with his bronze warhammer, chipping the bone. Moving through, there's also, of course, some goblins in tow here. The dwarves are meeting them at the quartzite bridge in glory and combat, forcing their way through like the well-practiced military they are. Now, I have to be very careful with this because, well, let's just say I don't really want my dwarves to die to my own weaponry. So I may actually have to tell them to retreat in a second. But they are moving up and through the goblin and dwarven invasion, while the mine carts rattle off in the distance, thinning the herd, if you will. I may have to forcibly turn them around in a second. Otherwise, they are going to die to my own contraptions. That is the most incorrect statement, Mad Dax, that has ever been put in my chat. Or one of the most. Maybe not the most. One of the most. I'm going to turn off the lava launchers, just for some safety's sake. We're also dropping the bridges in a moment. My dwarves are moving forward, standing on the bridge, and this is why I decided to not close the bridge. Speaking of closing bridges, we have closed their escape pathway. I'm actually just going to remove all orders. Set them to no orders. Hopefully they'll just back up. A couple of my dwarves move forward anyway. Jeez. Well, it appears that the lock has not been placed yet, and we just lost the Smaffle, the sacred cell, to a surprise lava glob, as hopefully my military starts to back up. I need these to close. Where's the door? Who's coming to pull the lever? Just a robotic cow is coming to pull the lever, so hopefully it'll close in a few seconds. But I am very worried about the dwarves here. They are continuing to fight. Van Ori powering through. We'll follow Van Ori here. I do not want to lose this squad, though. Doing a grand job defending the fortress in a very, very noble fashion. Hacking the Goblin Hammerman in the head with her iron battle axe, and the severed part sailed off in an arc. Okay, so the minecarts have been stopped, and I know that they're all there. In fact, I can forbid them. All right, so no new globs are flying out, which is good. What is the status of this lever being pulled? Probably somebody down here. Who's pulling lever? Let's check. Napalm Sideburns is, and Napalm Sideburns is pretty far away currently. Seems like the last few globs have gone out. Last few goblins have been killed. And, oops, that's not where I want them to go. I want you to go here. I'm hoping that they will back up instead of continuing to move forward. They're way too close to that lava for comfort. Oh, boy. All right, we'll do this. Off duty. Cancel. Back up. Back up, dwarves. Back up. I'd end the Spear Dwarf was found dead. Okay. I'm going to tell the dwarves to close this ASAP. Okay. So I need this drawbridge closed. Oh, well, that's okay. Sweet. Well, we just managed to get a lot more of them into the lava, so that's good for us. Meaning, if I actually go into the enemy invaders screen and scroll down, all the ones that are currently flickering are on fire. So that's pretty good for our winning of this siege. It also cut off a large majority of the ones that were actively trying to get into the fort. It also appears we've gotten the gate shut, which is good. Bits and pieces and stuff flying everywhere. We also managed to save the stupid Erdem here. And now we can turn the cannons back on. Van Ori, thank you very much for the $10 in bits. Greatly appreciate you. Means a lot. Now we can just turn the cannons back on.
A burning crypt vile force.
The vilest force, perhaps. The enemy siege is still on the outside, but they appear to be splitting. The ones that are on the inside appear to be panicking, which is good news for our future dwarf ability. And I think we deserve a grand round of beers, firstly, for the very generous, 5-pack of gift subs 7 minutes ago. And then Van Ori with the very generous $10. Because this siege, I think, has been a success. As the minecart go up, minecart go wee, and lava go boof. And dude fall in lava. Excellent. It's so fun to watch. I love watching this thing go off. That was a little hairy, but honestly, all in all, I think that went pretty well. Okay, so what I'm going to do while that is running its course and finishing up is I'm going to go down a little bit. Well, actually, I'm going to go up a little bit because it's up, not down. Go down to here, and I'm going to make a squad. What? Not appointed until commander is selected. Well... urns of whatevers. I'll just throw you into this militia captain spot. So this can be Duke. Okay, this can be Geo. What? Can I not put you in the military? guess I can't put the Duke into the military? That's odd. All right, well, fine then. We'll do it this way. Geo and Baron. Is there? Not that I'm aware of. Nothing set to filter out nobles. And I have DF hacks, silly filters disabled, so. No, whatever. Let's just go Duke. You should finish sleeping. Apparently we may have just lost a general, which is fine. Yeah, we're losing a general. That's fine. He's not mine. Unrelated to mine. Catan the Peasant has been founded. That was definitely a noble visitor. Let's go actually to Bonesaw. You should also be heading to the library. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to permit them to read the book. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow them to read the book. Is precisely what I'm going to do. So that's you. Although I think first I need to actually put these in here. I don't know why you're allowed to be in here, but that's interesting. Let's omit these. What book is this? Unusual Sleep. It's a book about how to cause unusual sleep. Naturally. There's still goblins on fire. Well, I'm glad the machine is still working as intended. We're also going to have a lot of bodies that are going to need disposing of. Still only a few left. I could also just let them out. You know what? We'll do that. Let that keep firing for a little bit and let them out. Might as well. Okay. Let's move up. All right, Geotrack's up here. Bonesaw's up here. Spinning on these. So what I'm going to do is once these are installed, I could also put a trapdoor up here. These are going to be my first two necromancers. Trapdoors. Let's just do... Oopsies. Did I just... Yes, I did. Assemble adamantine ballista arrow. Iron hatch cover. Like 10. That's fine. I got plenty of iron now. No, you absolutely can't have a necromancer that doesn't know how to read. We were discussing this yesterday while playing adventure mode. Maffle, the Mace Dwarf, has been missing. Okay. I will actually just go queue up a slab for that dwarf if they've just been missing. They may pop up, but who knows? Let's just erase this from here. Let you go do that. Bonesaw, take nap. Okay. So now I'm going to unassign unusual sleep from here. And this is going to become a library. Because I can't read books without a library, right? Which I kind of wish they could just read books and they just get an unhappy thought, similar to like drinking without a goblet, you know? It's like, I read outside of a library. Anger face. But it would make like the allowance for reading in bedrooms and stuff a little bit easier. Also give you more reason to go for books in the early game. Library. So this is going to be the library for forbidden books. What do we name this library? Maybe the Library of Secrets? Library of Secrets? Friend's Treasury wasn't bad. I think we'll go with the Library of Secrets. And it begins. Although I'm in an ad break first. You know, actually, maybe that's a better idea. I wonder if I could call it The Secrets of Unusual Sleep. I'm in an ad, so I can fiddle. Secrets of... I don't think I could call it The Secrets of Unusual Sleep, but... Library of Sleep. No, also can't call it that. All right, well, we'll have to go with what we got. Yeah, darn indeed. Personally, I would really love a patch that it just adds like 200 words to every language. I like this comment I got a few minutes ago on YouTube. This comes in from Atomic Kiryu, and they say, I really like when I buy something and find out later my money went to a good guy. Yeah, Tarn is good. Tarn is good bean. Can confirm. Also, chat room. For those of you who don't know, Diamond Destruct here in chat is the creator of the Gremlin for Mayor meme. And has done a lot of service and work for this chat over the years. If you're feeling like gifting a sub, Diamond is a target I would hit. How you doing, Diamond? Secret of laziness. I don't know if undying is lazy, man. All right. The first glorious volunteer. I don't care if other books end up in here. I just have to make sure that the Book of Sleep just always ends up there. Thank you, Van Ori. Appreciate you. There you go. You can now plot Lynn again. And thank you much, Van Ori, for all of the support over the past few months. Thank you, Suited Giraffe, Gloves, Devilton, you know, Last Crew, Kashmir. All you people have, like, single-handedly kept this stream running for the past while. Let's just double check that I haven't fucked up. Nope, has not. You want to make romance? Oh no. Maybe we should just lock these two in a room. I love how these random barons can just walk in. It's like, because he's just lost. He's like, oh, wrong room. There you go. First one down. Your turn. Geotrack. Kind of tempted, actually, to just lock the two of them in here for a bit. Maybe they'll become friends. Rickovic, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. Come on, dude. You've just got to read a book. It's pretty easy. Yeah, they do. They socialize in the library. Let's see. Is that job getting done, actually? Yeah, okay. They've made a hatch cover. It's just a matter of me getting it put away. Why is there a bunch of forbidden armor right here? let's go here. Go there. Come on, Dwarf. Satisfied after unusual sleep. This can be Bonesaw's spot. And Geo. There you go. He's reading unusual sleep. Except he's getting very happy thoughts from it. Because this dwarf dreams of ruling the world. Pondering migratory patterns. And of course, the child comes along here and places the cover. You should cease being hungry once you get this. Will they breed more? No. Also, saying that word breed is just upsetting to me. But if you lock two dwarves in a room where they have access to food, drink, and the ability to socialize, they're much more likely to become friends, assuming they are the type of dwarves that would get along. Where's Radbug right now? Are you chained up currently? Yes, you are. All right. We now officially have two necromancers. What are you bound with? It's Dolomite. There it goes. One of them will do it. But first we'll just lock this door and unassign this. And you're no longer hungry. Right here in the middle, I'm going to give them a little zone. This is just going to be a inn/tavern. And it's going to be called the Sleep. Oh, okay, can't do that. The Dreams of Ruling. Rulers? Rulers or ruling? Rulers sounds like, you know, a pencil and paper. I don't know, the word breed when you're not talking about livestock is weird to me. I don't know why. Like, if you're talking about cattle, makes sense in the sentence. When you're talking about any kind of humanoid creature, it's just, it just irks me. Like, I'm not saying you can't use the word go nuts, but like, it just irks me. The dreams of ruling? Lords. Lords could work. Lords. Ooh, let's be really self-indulgent. There we go. Let's go with that. Why does that read like a sentence from Stronghold, of all things? All right. There we go. Bonesaw not super happy about discussing migratory patterns. So maybe I will remove Bonesaw from this job. Yeah, you're not a very good dwarf for this gig. You want to make romance. I'm gonna try and get these two dwarves to hook up. I mean, actually, hold on, let's double check. You're not married, are you? You're not married, are you? No, you are not. Okay, well, that's good. Let's just remove both of them from this gig. Give them the option to go do other things. Let's just, oh, I've still got two dwarves locked up. Unlock them. Hog and Orange. What a bad time to leave and walk out into here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, what? Why are you still firing? Thought I stopped you. I guess I pulled a different lever. Yeah, orange, the holy orange, naturally. Also, I'm just gonna show this off. This is a very early work in progress from Cooler. Possible mug design or adventure mug. You know, it's a group of adventurers going on a walksy. If you missed it, too bad. We have Kodal, the gem setter, who's withdrawing from society. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Gaius. Metroid John. Get some more of those placed. Add a strangler. Ooh, yeah, I need some evil things off in the distance. Something like good forest going into evil forest or whatever. Going all right, Nat Fraser, yourself? Certainly life-altering experience. You never view the world the same after being up to your shoulder in the south end of a bound. Yeah, no, I believe you. I believe you. Also, my Baroness is stumbling around obliviously. She's just given up on life. At least she's socializing. That's kind of dark, actually. It's just like Necromancer A socializing with Necromancer B. Necromancer A is totally fine and relatively happy. Necromancer B wandering in circles, bumbling and insane. That's kind of dark. Kind of dark. Okay, so my were-elephants are getting hungry, which means it's time to get this squad on duty again. And send them back out. We are going to go attack. Well, let's just go pillage sack channels again. And this squad is going to have 2 trained dwarves added in here from the Geared Papers. You're just sending new babies to doing the new daddy stuff? Yeah, as opposed to the old baby, right? Well, cheers. Congrats. I hope everything's gone smooth and easily. Kind of amazed that my alcohol hasn't gone up, even though, like... Oh, wow, this is a pretty large migrant wave. Novice Axe Dwarf. Gem Setter has created a perfect almondine named Quintessence Angels and offers it to the living fire. So I can actually, I think... As soon as they put this book away, let's actually just deconstruct this. Okay, one of these dwarves should stop socializing at some point and deconstruct that and put it there. But once this book is put here, well, apparently they are discussing. They not. Uh-oh. They got into an argument. Well, that's good. Off to a great start of being a happy couple, you know. They almost immediately get into an argument. I wonder what they were arguing about. Aren't they more distrustful? All right. I would be too if I dreamed of ruling the world. Squad should be leaving pretty soon. You're working on cleaning your basement to game room out so that you can move all of your home office down there. When baby 2 arrives, the office becomes the room number 2. Hey, at least you have the space. Fortunately, like, there's so many people who live in my apartment building who, like, don't even have, like, a bedroom for their kids, and they're all just living in one room. One of the weirdest things that I learned recently, after becoming a member of Strata for this apartment building, is that, or a Strata council member anyway, is that apparently we don't have a limit on the number of people that can rent out a suite. So there is, like, kind of terrifyingly huge numbers of people in some of these units. And it's, like, scary because where else would they go? But also, I don't envy anybody living with, like, you know, a family of 5 in an apartment for that I would be uncomfortable with 2 people in it. There's a few of those. I'm not going to do anything with this book. It is going to stay on this pedestal, and that is it. That is the extent of what it's going to do. I'm just kind of perplexed as to why the dwarves aren't doing it. Well, hey, they're discussing an acquaintance's problems. All right, well, that's good. Maybe they'll become friends. You're telling a story. What kind of story? Oh, wrong button. Oh, telling the story of the first king. You know what? You know, it's kind of funny. Just got random barons walking down into here. It's library public. Listens only. Tavern is... You know what? Let's let a few random barons just down in here and see if they go read that book. Just for the fun of it. Library of Secrets. Buddy, go read that book. Go read that book if you can. He lived in a 3-bedroom shithole or house with 19 people. Good Christ. So this is a goblin who's just gonna hang out with them. Let's give them some side activities in here. I'm basically making like a necromancer terrarium. Is what I would say this is. Oh, actually, I know why they're not doing it. It's because I removed their jobs so that they would just prioritize reading the book. But they should be able to detail walls and haul now. They just weren't allowed to haul for a little bit. That explains why they weren't doing it. You can confirm that the rent is ludicrous? What, that you're charging ludicrous rent? Or that just the rent on average is ludicrous? Yeah, here's hoping they become more than acquaintances. We'll just lock them in here for a couple years and see if these two can become friends, because they're currently just passing acquaintances. We'll use that as a little bit of an experiment. And if you guys think there's any other dwarves we should toss into that hole, I can throw some more in. Possibly, just as an example, I could throw some of my scholars in. So the current scholars in the main library are Ash, Just a Robotic Cow, and Tell and Artho. But should you not be leaving? Head of Van Ori. Oh, I see. Van Ori just hasn't left the map. Okay. Well, you're leaving the map right now, meaning the elephant should follow. Oh, just on average? Gotcha. Yeah. I'm very lucky that I have a landlord who isn't trying to make a profit. I think most people who own property around here that are renting in a short-term or long-term are trying to make a profit. My landlord told me bluntly that him and his wife are just, like, trying to break even because the value of the house going or the apartment going up is enough for them. So I'm very fortunate, but very few people get that privilege, I guess. I need these elephants to leave before they starve to death. That landlord will be spared, what, from the 7 circles of hell? Of landlorddom? Curious as to what you're engraving. Cubic cubes. Okay. An emerald cut gems. An image of dwarves. An image of a bat. An image of a dwarf. Oh, wait, self-portrait. And an image of a tetrahedral tetrahedra. I will deprioritize these. There's these two. Who cares what they think? This geotrack. Today you heard 2 businessmen at a cafe discussing their philosophies behind increasing rent yesterday. No exceptions, no mercy. You know, the only, like, logical reason I can see to increase rent in that fashion is if it's bankrupting the people who own the unit. That is, like, the only, like, logical reason I could see. But even that's, like, pushing it. It's like, then you just made a fucky investment and should sell the unit. Lanix has been sneaking around longer than you have been. And Thork. A numpad might actually be a pretty good idea. If anything, I'm not sure people will make some good Steam Deck control binds again. Are you talking about for adventure mode? Because adventure mode has mouse and numpad support already. Ghostly Marksdorf has risen. Let's see how the tombs are doing. Is there dwarves putting things in tombs? Not really. I should probably open this up. And let's, I think, memorialize that dwarf that just became a ghost. Your name is Olon. No slabs engraved. All right, well, we'll engrave you a slab. Just get her done. Yeah, like I said, Linux has been sneaking around longer than you and Thor. And also has been following me longer than you. So you can't accuse the people who've been following me longer than you. In fact, you don't even follow me. How can you claim to be sneaking around these parts when you don't even follow me? That's just sad. Consider all of your sneaking privileges removed. You freeloader. Businesses monologuing as the most was talking about some projected 13,000 increased profit. Yeah, you know, it looks like, so true story. There was a time where I was at a bar in Victoria. This was, I think, 2021. And there was these 2 guys, and they were sitting at the bar, and like next to me and my friend. We were talking about music or whatever. And they were talking about renting out their Airbnb units. One of them stated at one point in the conversation that he was renting out units that his parents bought for him. It's like, yeah, mom and dad bought me 5 apartments on this street, and my goal is to, you know, like rack up like a minimum of like 20 grand a month. And just, you know, talking like that back and forth. And they were probably my age or like within within 10 years of 30. They didn't look like even middle-aged yet. They looked pretty young. And then within like, I don't know, 30 minutes of them sitting down and starting to drink, they started trying to pick up girls and using the fact that, oh, I own a bunch of Airbnbs downtown. We got lots of places to go. As like their pickup lines. It was one of the most insufferable things I think I've ever heard in my life, and just kind of made us so mad we got up and left the bar early and went to a different bar. All right, so I have all the dwarves storing stuff in vehicles are dwarves that are disposing of bodies. Little bit. Oh, lots of dwarves reading books too. That's fine. Let's jump down to here and just place some slabs, I think. Saddest pickup line ever? Talking about how many Airbnbs you own? Well, I mean, it's a flaunting of wealth, which is a pretty common pickup line. It was just quite funny, me and Kevin sitting there just like listening to these guys going. It's amazing to you how well, I mean, we are products. Well, our reality is a product of the place that we were raised, right? You grow accustomed to your sense of normal based on the situations that you're raised in. I don't think it's necessarily the fault of somebody who has money. It's not their fault that they have money, if that makes any sense. Like, if you are in a family that came from money and you have money, it's not your fault that you have money. But it would be your fault if you didn't educate yourself in the realities of other people's existence. Like, I don't really have anything against people with money. It's a matter of how you use that money and whether or not you use that money ethically. Okay, so I can now pause this. By pause this, I mean delete this temporarily. And I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to expand this zone slightly. So I'm going to expand the Necromancer's zone to up here. See, so that's the erase button. Down to here. Over to here. And up to here. And I'm going in between these two tables. I'm going to put a little stockpile for food and drink. Prepared meals and drink. And actually, I'm going to remake that zone, except I'm just going to remove all visitors from it. Dreams of Gods. I'm going to go up to this, and it's going to be connected to the Dreams of Gods. So they do actually have their own little tavern set up now. The book is on the pedestal, meaning it's safe, and other books could be added to here, and they can socialize. At what point does money buy their emotions from them? I mean, that's a really complicated subject. I don't even, like, it's not, like, okay. How do I word this? For clarity's sake, I'm not an expert in any of this. I grew up as somebody with fuck all for money. I don't have much in the way of money these days either, or I didn't have much in the way of money until this last year, right? Well, let's do steel spears, because I do have a little bit of steel now. I didn't have much in the way of money until this past year. And now I have enough money that I'm good. As long as like the number doesn't go down dramatically in the next year or two, I'm fine. But like, there's a point where people who have large sums of money have two decisions. You can try and continue to make all of the money, or you can just slow down, relax, and make the world better around you. I think a lot of people get focused in the mindset of must make all money and never slow down and think about the responsibilities of having money. Because a lot of people are raised in an inherently either desperate or greedy environment. If you spend your entire life in the business mindset of capitalism beyond all reason, yes, you will end up in a situation of must make number go up, nothing else matters, make number go up, make number go up, make number go up, make number go up, make a number go up, make number, right? And that's a pretty easy hole to fall into. And as somebody who has some money now, I can see how people can fall into that hole. I'm also waiting for an ad break to end, by the way. But the opposite of that is I think there are situations where people realize they're good and they have the ability to slow down and reconsider and make it less about number go up and more about improving those spaces around them. Or if they decide to continue to growing, the business ends up owning them instead. Oh, totally, Brainfist, yeah. I mean, choose life, what? I'm not trying to kill myself right now, Fraga. What are you, my psychiatrist? What's happening? You know, I used to go to a barber, okay? Haven't seen him in a long time, as you can tell by my long hair. He owned a place called the Hair Shop in Maple Ridge, okay? And he had a pretty successful little business, right? And he was, when I knew him, I'm saying knew him like he's dead. I haven't seen him in years, and I'm not sure if he's still running the business or anything. But when I used to go see him about 10 years ago, he was an extraordinarily personable person, loved talking with people. And his business had two sides to it. He would take clients during the weekdays at work, and he knew exactly what time everybody was coming in. He was appointment only. He was an older gentleman. And whenever he had a client, he would go unlock the shop, let them in, take them into the hair shop, cut their hair, and then go hang out at the coffee shop that he liked to go to. Or the McDonald's was the two places he would go to. Sometimes he would see me when my hair was getting scraggly at my old job when I worked at that McDonald's, and he'd literally be like, Greg, get me a coffee, and I'll cut your hair. And he would literally drive me from work to the hair shop, cut my hair, then drop me off at the bus stop. Lovely man. He was once talking about how when he was first starting the hair shop back in the 80s, he had 10 employees. These were people that rented chairs in the hair shop because there was 12 chairs in the hair shop that he had, like where he could theoretically have hairstylists. He had stylists, he had barbers, he had people focusing on men's hair, people focusing on women's hair, people focusing on like all kinds of stuff. And he said that he realized in about the year 2000, after doing that for about 20 years, that yeah, he was making a lot of money, but he also realized that he owned his house and his stuff was paid off, and he could just like keep living without all of those people around him and without having to be a manager as well as a barber. And so he just slowly waited for them all to stop renting the chairs, and as they all went away and went on to different things, he just kept running the shop by himself. And he spun his business into a slightly different thing, where he does still have an employee, or did, maybe does still, which was he took his extra savings, and on weekends, he would pack all of his haircutting stuff up and go to the old folks' home or the hospital and cut seniors' hair who couldn't walk. So he started a nonprofit where he would get hired by the hospitals. They would just pay his travel fees, his gas fees, basically, and for his supplies that he would use, like his shampoo. And he'd go cut seniors' hair for free. And it's like, I think that some people do learn that lesson, but I think if you have too much of a head start in business, it's very difficult to come back to reality and realize that. He was also practically my therapist through high school. He's a good dude. All right, so let's check out these raids. We went.
Hi, Blind. Here's a number that also goes up. I've been busy and lurky, but appreciate your streams.
Thank you for the 20th month, Fido. It's shocking when some people say I'm just a little landlord. I am a small and I'm broke. I only have 3 summer homes. I've never heard somebody say I'm broke and I have 3 summer homes in the same sentence, but. And I'm on vacation 9 months of the year in this small town. Yeah. Did you enjoy the chat? Barbers like to make. You only go to a Pakistani barbers now because they don't speak the same language, so there's no small talk. No, I used to always talk to barbers. I really like talking to that one specifically. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Killer. I mean, I've had nothing, right? Like that's where you and me are the same, right? Like I've literally had nothing. Like I had $300 to my name once and a rent due in 2 weeks. So like I've been there. All right, so first attempt did nothing. We went and raided channel sack channels again. We attacked them again, and the defenders were led by an elf, different elf this time. Van Ori led the attack, and our tactical planning was superior to the elf, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Oh, that's scary. It seems like that elf was immediately struck down by a cave dragon. A different elf with the same first name, different last name was struck down by an elephant. My cave dragon struck down another elf. Elephant struck down another elf. And my elephant, Erish, Inked Ringed, was struck down by a dwarf in the Round Sea. What a name for that place. So we did lose an elephant. Let's keep going for it. Let's just attack them again. Okay. You're relieved after discussing your problems with an acquaintance. Sweet. So Geotrack and them have become passing acquaintances. That is good to see. With a hair cutter? Yeah, I don't know. You know, there was one time I asked that barber, I said, Suited is such an injured dwarf, it's so sad. There was one time I asked that barber, I said, has anybody ever admitted murder to you before? Because he used to always talk about how he's practically the entire town's therapist. And I asked him that, and his response quite literally was, no, but I did solve an abuse case once. Because some guy admitted to beating his wife while getting his hair cut, and he called the police after the guy left. So you know. All right, let's cut some more war. Well, actually, no. Let's just assign some more war dragons once they get back. I will say, like, if we're talking about, like, me doing what I do as a hobby, as a job, I think what you need to realize is, like, you know, there's a very incorrect saying that's as old as time, it feels like, which is if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. False. I work every single day of my goddamn life. That is 1,000% false. However, regardless of whether or not it's work and feels like a job, still 1,000 times more pleasant than other jobs that I wasn't willing to do of my own accord, right? Like, see if dwarves are placing items in tombs. Pretty sure I've got dwarves that need to go into tombs that haven't. Let's just check something. Ah, this is the problem. For some reason, sometimes when I do the mass tomb assign, and they don't get a dwarf immediately, the dwarves unassign. It's a little annoying. Like, I don't care if they have a tomb assigned that they never get. But it's annoying when I've got dead dwarves that should be in tombs and I never get them. This is the most morbid DF level you've ever seen. Oh, trust me, that's nothing. Also, most of that is not my dwarves. Most of that are nobles that just run into the contraption by themselves. If anything, I would say this is the most morbid DF level in this fort, right here. This is a minecart. Stuff goes into this big old pile of sturf. And then dwarves fill the minecart up with bits and pieces. Once it gets enough of the bits and pieces in, the minecart is then fired off and ejected into the volcano. Devildon, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Wasp. Appreciate you. Hello, Great Cornholio. What a wonderful username you have. Apparently that isn't true. Hollywood did not give you Dwarf Fortress's vision of fantasy. It gave you Tolkien's vision of fantasy, which is very different than Dwarf Fortress's vision of fantasy. I don't like anything about that sentence, Springbok. Anything. Like anything. How's it rolling? Well, I wouldn't say the Earth is rolling, but it's going all right. Like a cheese wheel, even. Also, what's a licorice wheel? I didn't realize they made licorice in wheel form. All right, so this is about to get pushed. And this is how we dispose of our bodies. Every individual dwarf, unless they are a married couple, need their own bedrooms, yes. Well, they don't need them, but they'll be much happier if you give them one. Uh-oh. That's a little awkward. I should probably continue working on this construction here. You know what's funny? Because you guys are just like, you know, talking about Dune, I think. And then you're just like spoiling Dune and not even thinking about how many people have actually read Dune, which is a very small portion of people watching Dune these days. So maybe be a little bit more thoughtful when spoiling Dune. Having read Dune, there's some pretty major spoilers in Dune. The Veiled Halls attacked the tomes of drilling, the Rat Cup Lobsters. Van Ori led the attack, and the defenders were led by yet another elf. Good lord. Certainly elf supremacy running here. With a cunning, the walled shields outmatched the elf with a cunning plan. And the attackers had this is the first time we've had a strong positional advantage. Dwarf Thob drill ship was struck down by the way. Hold the... What? Why is there a Cyclops there? Why? Chat room? Why is there a Cyclops there? What? Why? Oh, there was a spoiler in there, Springbok, but whatever. I have many questions. I'm gonna update our equipment. Send them back out to go attack that place again. You had Cyclopses in Goblin Siege? Wait, what? They can do that? Like, was it armed? Did it have weapons? That is fascinating. I'm just gonna ask you real nicely. Please stop arguing with me, Springbok. That's all I'm gonna say to you. Please stop arguing with me. I don't really appreciate it. It's not really beneficial to anybody. Well, I mean, goblins can have dragons. You know, just use general spoiler rules for movies and book series in the chat. And that is, if a film came out about a book in the last 6 months, just don't discuss it. Even if plot elements are different between the two. That's a pretty simple request. I think you guys are capable of understanding. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just asking you to say, okay. That's all. And you keep coming back at me and disagreeing. But it's not that complicated. I hope the game doesn't crash. Fish, 1800. I don't really have a plan. Because I don't know whether or not generating a new world is going to be a thing that we're going to need to do. Low Fiend. A Goblin Civ is attacking us. I don't really know if we're going to need to generate new worlds or not. That's not really confirmed. So currently, I'm not totally sure. I will tell you once I know what needs to be done. What's going on? The opposite of what's going off. Apparently the dwarves that I'm at war with have a Cyclops in their fortress, which is interesting. What if the Cyclops is their leader? I mean, they don't have a noble rank, so that'd be weird. They also don't have a military rank. It's just Cyclops is there. This is I've got kind of a funny comment to read out loud. This is from the video I posted this morning, which sounds like Tarn wants to show them what we in the DF community do to our overly disruptive executives. Throw them in the river! Or the volcano, or under the bridge. You know, if a Dwarven faction had a single-eyed king, Cyclops or Dwarf with one eyeball, that might actually be a dwarf I would name myself after. Or name after myself. I mean, hold on, let's double check. Yeah, so Iteb, it's not their queen. I mean, I can tell you right now, just scrolling through this, it's not one of these. Because it would say, because like literally all of these are dwarves of this faction, so. Goblin. Low Fiend has an elf, pretty high up. The Chief Counselor's an elf. There's a Master of Beasts elf. There's a goblin with a dwarf named Angry Demon. I remember hating the dialogue in that anime and then ignoring it whenever my ex would put it on. That's all I know about Tokyo Ghoul. Probably lock the dwarves inside pretty soon. Sweet, those two have become friends. Socializing even though you're wandering around stumbling obliviously. Where is my Duke? Oh, socializing? Oh, you're right in the middle of everything. Just let's see you. Yeah. His only friend is Bonesaw. Well, that's good. They got something in common. You know? Oh. Also, the Count of the Human faction, who also happens to be, you know, of the noble variety, is also of similar interests, it seems. What? How did you just return? I'm very confused. You just went and pillaged by yourself. Van Ori, walled shields led the attack. The defenders were led by the they're being led by a Cyclops. Also, his name is Ao, which is kind of funny. Wow. Van Ori, the walled shields of death, outmatched the Cyclops with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Because, like, I know Cyclopses can join religions? Well, I mean, honestly, if you're gonna pick a creature like this to be in charge of your military, I personally would choose an Etten. They got double the eyeballs. I mean, I'm just gonna pause for a second here and screenshot this. Okay, so Nish was struck down by the Cyclops. Van Ori, well, we know Van Ori comes back. The attackers did have a strong positional advantage. Van Ori distinct labors, the walled shields of death, clashed with 4 dwarves, slaying 2. An elephant clashed with 4 elves, slaying them. Clashing with various things, slaying them. Ao, the Cyclops was struck down by my cave dragon Mebzuth. And the forces of the living fire searched sack channels. And in the early summer, the Naughtiness and Hoods was looted. So we've taken over the location. That is nuts. They only have half a brain, though. I mean, that checks out. So I'd be willing to bet that the only things left there are not super scary. So I'm going to send Edzul the Weaver. Via the Lancers of Esteemed. I'm just going to try and conquer and occupy. Demand surrender and occupy is what I'm going to do. Okay. The Cyclops is dead. They killed it. Do you guys want me to retire the fortress real quick and check legends? You want to know? Okay. Oh, can I have to succumb to the invasion? Can we give it like 20 minutes? And kill this siege first? Because I don't want to succumb to the invasion, even if it's just hypothetically for legends. Okay. We'll kill siege first. I'm gonna go top off my coffee because I have a little bit left in the pot. Back. Let's get started. Oh, wow. I just realized the music's kind of loud. You guys are allowed to tell me the music's super loud, eh? Uh-oh. Almost blocked a dwarf in. Okay, let's see how the elephants are doing. Okay, so it does feed them. Damn. Snarl Saber. What a good last name. 15 kills. Damn, dude. My voice is a little low? I mean, my voice is always a little low. It's actually just my audio setup, but I could turn it up a little bit. I find it sometimes peaks when I turn it up. But let's see. Was crimes committed? Yes. Was this the one that got it? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, no, that is something, man. I'm just completely flabbergasted by the fact that they literally had that. Compared to Age of Empires version. I've had individual elephants while sieging at the enemy kill 10 plus creatures on their own. So I would say decently strong. I haven't played Age of Empires 3 in a very long time. I also haven't played Age of Empires 2 in a very long time. I don't know how much of that I can actually remember. Cave dragons are extremely useful, yes. AoE 1 where they were OP. I don't know what was OP in AoE 1 because the way I played AoE 1 was I played through the campaign and then played random skirmish matches I built in the custom scenario creator, so I couldn't tell you what anything in any of those games was good, but I have no idea. It's just not a comparison I am capable of making, I suppose. Outlive? Never heard of it. How's Bonesaw doing? Radbug was found dead. Yay! Sorry. It's a normal response when a dwarf who's been committing crimes gets executed by the captain of the guard, aka Amethyst, who apparently seems to really like her job, although she is afraid after experiencing trauma, which is unfortunate. Diamond, what kind of Dwarfus do you want this? I'm in an ad break, though, so I gotta wait. Damn, there's a lot of people streaming Dwarf Fort today. God damn. Nice to see. What do I have for sale? I can tell you right now, I'm not going to go through every single dwarf to see if there's a single Eurist who likes gremlins for their trickery. I also would like to remind you that lever operator is not a job, especially not a job in any of my forts. Excited to see that people haven't played in a couple years, so you're watching some streams to try and get caught up. Yeah, no, it's nice to see. I mean, I'm so used to like it being me in the directory with like one other person. It's probably because the game's on sale right now, actually. It's probably why there's more people streaming it than usual, because a bunch of people just picked it up, likely. There's also all those people who just only stream games that are on sale so that they can get the sweet, what's the word? Referral link bucks. No beard stoneworker. Let's go with... Okay, you're actually a clother, not a stoneworker. Let's go with Logum. You have poor spatial sense. Almost never feels discouraged. Is very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Has a greedy streak and has an active imagination. Often acts with compassion. Tends to form tenuous emotional bonds with others and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and scratches her head when she's thinking. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally adores those that pursue mastery of weapons and skill with fighting, and respects the law and values eloquence, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. It likes black bronze, amber opal, desert lime wood, giant hippo leather, and papyrus. Short swords and bins and toy axes, and the words of the certainty of directions, and the sound of the rhyming verse, and the sight of the bride of intricacies, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven rum and horse's milk, and can't stand snails. And you're reading all the books. You must have like literally just got here. Yep. You did, in fact, literally just get here. You are reading all of the books, and you saw a lot of dead bodies on the way in. But, on the bright side, you're very interested after reading all the books. You do, in fact, have a bedroom. You chose the one that's all alone on its own. I guess that's good. Welcome to the fort. You're trying to get back in for adventure mode, Vile? The nearest drunk in the tavern. Well, it's the nearest person to the, like, mayor's office in this fort. Oh, did this thing happen again? Okay, so this happens every now and again, and I hate it. I don't know what causes it. Or, where somehow... with some combination of items, I'm not sure what causes this, but somehow with some combination of button clicks, the game will unassign your whole military, even though they're still listed as in the military, but they're not. Yeah, I don't know why this happens. It's happened to me a few times, though. It's kind of annoying. Although you're still not on map, so. That's odd. But yeah, I hadn't started seeing this one. Okay, that boat dwarf at the bottom is still in the squad. Let's just check this real quick. Are you actually getting gear now? Yes, you are. Okay, now they're back in the... Yeah, no idea. No idea. Let's toss you in here. Let's also remove this dwarf, because I'm not sure if you'll ever come back. And throw in this peasant. We'll let them go get their gear for a minute. Yeah, for them more booze to re-enlist. Yeah, I don't know. Like they just decide to not be in the squads anymore. It's kind of bizarre, actually. All right. We're now mostly just waiting for dwarves to get back inside. Okay, we're just gonna watch Eurist here, the Holy Plum, until they've collected their full suit of armor and walk back inside. That's what we're gonna do. Once they've collected their full suit of armor and walk back inside, I will lock the side door. So hopefully we won't have the same invasion problems as the last time. Hello, Boom Boom, by the way. See you. Okay, so we've got a Cyclops to look up in Legends, but I'm just going to finish the siege first. And I don't really want my soldiers to get caught outside if possible. It's likely that they will run all the way to the very front of the fort. They'll pick up their gear that they likely dropped on the way in. We never have military that survives. Really? I often have military that survives. Maybe not that long. I really need these sieges to stop for a bit so that I can, clean up the outside, but kind of difficult to achieve. Tellin, are you okay with me making your dwarf into a necromancer? I'm slowly necromancing all of my dwarves that are in positions of power. Try everything once. All right. All right, so now that we're in this situation now, I can go here and do that. Meaning, you should come over here and read that. War grizzly bear murdering a chinchilla. Wonderful. I'm glad the war grizzly is doing its best work. Okay, let's close this. Actually, hold on, let's check this first. Everybody's got all the gear they need and should be inside for that squad. How about you? Oh boy. Let's just check everybody in this squad. You're inside. You're inside. You're inside. You are inside. You're inside. You're inside. You're inside. You are, of course, inside. You're also inside, and you're inside. Sweet. So we can lock the door. Yep, never mind. No, we can't. But they love life more than anyone? I mean, necromancers are the politicians of this world, or like, you know, the people in charge, if you will. I need to redo these. So you, and then Dylan, and Nick. You. If I end up with some extras, it's not the end of the world. You're very good at not having people survive. All right, well, I mean, we all have our mistakes and mishaps. If you had a dwarf, you wouldn't mind them becoming a necromancer? Some people do. Some people are like very against the necromancers in Dwarfort. I find it's usually the older players because necromancers being such commonplace in forts is kind of a recent thing in the time that they've existed in forts and in Dwarfort in general. Losing can be fun, yes. I think losing can be fun within reason if you have control over it. I think losing in and of itself is not necessarily fun. I think that losing can be fun if the player has some semblance of control over it. But I've absolutely encountered situations where losing is anything but. Shout out to this dwarf taking a nap out in the field. That is which one? That's Vukar? Okay, let's follow you currently. You're inside. Sweet. I think what I need to do is just make full sets of iron gear for them all. Iron helm. Iron shield. Iron breastplate. Iron gauntlet. Iron high boot. Iron greaves. Iron leggings. Is there anything missing? Did I do helms? I realize I do have steel gear around, but I start with helms. Helms, shield, breastplate, gauntlet, high boot. What am I forgetting? Was something. I'm not doing weapons, just armor. Oh, mail shirts, that's what I need. Uh-oh. Radbug is convicted of crimes post-death, but, you know, it's fine. Iron. Oops. Greaves. And let's do leather backpacks as well. Okay, and I'm just going to do 30 of each. I realize this is kind of a lot of gear, but I have kind of a lot of iron because I've just been melting stuff down for ages. I'm not worrying about steel because I don't have the stuff to readily make it, and the stuff that I do have, I'd rather use as construction materials. And frankly, I don't feel like going through the whole coal order of operations. All right, Dwarf, wake up. Up and at 'em. Up a doodle. Get inside a Reno. I think this is the last one left. Are just really late healers. Very enthusiastic, really late healers. Okay, let's follow Tellen. Currently socializing. Hasn't read the book just yet. Relieved after discussing problems with an acquaintance. Is becoming friends with Geotrack. Well, that's good. Still continuing to be friends with Geotrack. Because this is citizens only. And this should just be citizens only as well. Like, I shouldn't allow visitors in here. You're covered in your own blood. That's a little dark. As this dwarf runs back inside. Hallelujah. Undeath is healing them so that they can't die when they're dead. I mean, sure. That's a route you could go with that. If you just grab some good gear on the way in. Now you're just imagining a French necromancer, a Frenchomancer. So, like, read a book and it teaches you French? That seems kind of useful, actually. Just like, you know, life skill stuff. Okay, so now we're... Okay. There we go. Door is shut. Let's fight these goblins. If there's anybody outside, not my problem. They chose this themselves. Jesus. That is a lot of goblins, holy shit. Let's see how the Sea's Sack Channels job went. A demand of unconditional surrender proposed by the Living Fire was rejected by the Tomes of Drilling at Sack Channels. So I sent this dwarf to go tell them to surrender, and they went, no. You're French, so you guess it worked. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that the reason there's so many people streaming Dwarf for it right now is just because it's on sale. And games that are on sale do that. You know, I'm kind of regretting not asking Zach and Tarn about the state of the games industry and layoffs during the interview now. It's like, God damn it, I'm stupid for keeping things so on topic. Could have beat PC Gamer to the punch, you know? Of Fallout 1 and goblins everywhere? I mean, okay, how many is there? Let's see. 217 goblins, 11 dwarfs, and 9 elves in this siege. See? Elves. An elven pikeman. In fact, there's an elf leading the charge. Load the cannons, dwarves. I need somebody to pull this lever. There we go. Go elves. I think you're cheering for the wrong side, friend. They're not even in yet, but you know, getting a head start on things. What? Zang the merchant's been found dead. Well, that's fine. How unfortunate. Anyway. So, we had some unfortunate collateral damage. No, they're not wearing wooden armor because they're goblin elves. How does it look in ASCII? I can show you this. We had some collateral damage. Anyway, there it goes. If you want to see how it looks in ASCII, just let's just hit the button. See these little blobs? They fly over top. And then it's just going to turn into a lot of smoke when things start burning like that. Big old wall of them right there. Oop, a bunch of them just caught fire. Oop, a couple more just caught fire. So my population isn't going down, so I'm assuming those are just, like, nobles that are dying. Which is all right. Ooh. Okay. This is going a lot better than the last one, because I started them firing sooner. Oh, got you. Oh, no, okay. Well, you didn't die, though. No. How many of them are in here? Oh, Jesus, fuck. Well, they're going to kill the poor bear. I really need some sort of barrier here. Maybe like traps or something. Let's pull this lever. They're just going to horribly murder that grizzly, which is a damn shame. Fortunately, I got spares, but like... still not optimal. You just got smacked. More shots flying. Okay. Bunch more casualties. So when these guys try and head back, if they do. Uh-oh. Well, it's blocked. So they will, in fact, start leaving. Pop this back up. Gotta love a siege where you don't even need to do much. You just kind of wait. Porcelet, hello, it's good to see you. Hope you've been well. It's the bear barrier. It was barely even effective. I need a better option for that back area. Because I'm not super fond of how it currently works. It's a bit too dangerous for my own dwarves, putting it simply. Let's just go get new gear if possible. Without actually leaving. These should be coming back up pretty... Up there, there. Like, these should be coming back up pretty soon. They're all back. Yep, these dwarves, or not dwarves, these goblins are having a rough afternoon as they try and leave. Are you guys not gonna leave? Really? Like, you gotta be that annoying? I mean, once these guys all have new gear, I could just set them to go right there. Because they could currently leave. They do have a way out. Why are they still coming in? There's like literally nowhere for them to go. It's like, what are you even doing? You idiots. Just a very complex tower defense? The combat can be. There's a lot more going on to it than that. I mean, that's the way I describe RimWorld. The way I've set up this fort, sure. Kind of. But I would say it's a lot more than that. You want to be extremely reductive? Certainly. I mean, I would say that almost about any colony builder with combat. Now, I like to think of Dwarf Fortress as a really, really, really slow 4X game. God. There's something about just goblins getting yeeted into lava that will never get old. As the little blobs come flying through. There goes another one. Another one bites the dust. Kind of tempted to close the drawbridges again. Yeah, I might fill that area around where the grizzly bear is sitting. I might fill that up with some weapon traps. I think if you don't enjoy micro managing combat, I would wholeheartedly agree with you. Odahar. But when it... Hold on a second. The fuck is the Cult of Bronze? Where are these? Are we acquiring new religions by attacking other dwarves? What the fuck? They worship Lum, god of painting and inspiration. Huh. But odd. I don't recall seeing that at all. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that the combat in this game is extremely appealing, but it's also one of the most common complaints I see about this game is like, I wish the combat was more interactive, I think is what I often see. There's few things less amusing to me than flying magma of 833 strikes the goblin maceman in the lower body, slams into a bowman, slams into an obstacle, maceman stands up, swordsman slams into the maceman, maceman slams into an obstacle, like just bonk, 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 just playing dominoes all the way down. It's just dominoes all the way down. Not the pizza either. All right, so my military is all standing right there. Let's pull this lever. Dwarves are going to run through and just fight their way directly through this wall of goblins. The militia captain hacks the goblin spearman in the head with an iron battle axe, bruising the skin through the iron helm. Militia captain hacks the goblin spearman in the head with an iron battle axe, bruising the skin. Well, at least you're good with the headshots. In the middle here, we have power tools and beer, who's bleeding, unfortunately. Actually got a few hits landed on him, which is not optimal, I would say. However, does appear to still be winning. Doran here, the swords dwarf, is hacking at the neck of a goblin spearman, which is tearing the spine's nervous tissue and saying, can it all end so quickly? Begone, fear. Van Ori is fighting with a goblin spearman as well. I'm also going to send these two squads up to here. Goblin is bleeding extraordinarily heavy, fighting with the Sacred Salve. Sacred Salve being Saigon here, who isn't even wielding a weapon. I'm pretty sure she just dropped her weapon, in fact, and is bashing him with a shield. Which is pretty effective, actually. Meng, the Sacred Satin, has actually pushed all the way through the enemy squad. And even though he is doing good damage with his steel battle axe, he's only wearing boots and a battle axe. I'm not sure why he didn't bring more weaponry with him, but has done quite well fighting back the enemy forces. A goblin here who has fired a bolt, which didn't do much, and then fired an arrow, which didn't do much, and then hit the Sacred Satin in the second toe, hit him in the foot. He's coming around the corner. As a novice carpenter, apparently. Has never had a relationship in his life that is known anyway. Dives into the fighting and immediately gets hacked by the militia captain with an iron battle axe, which causes her upper arm to sail off in an arc. And I have a feeling that is probably the end of those goblins there. Much smoke is deterring the goblins from pushing forward and progressing. And we're now going to push the dwarves back to training. Here's hoping none of them decide to go full dumb and attack things. Power Tools and Beer is seriously injured. I am going to make sure that all of the dwarves are in the burrow currently. I'm going to go up to here, and we're going to assign another War Grizzly to it, if I can. And hoping we can rescue our dwarves from this area. of death. Although it does appear that we should lock this door because I'm seeing another goblin right there coming straight towards us. And I would much rather that if this goblin could just not actually make it all the way to us, that'd be great. Because if they just don't make it to us, then I won't need to worry about power tools and beer becoming, many bits and pieces. Although Diggle, the Slayer here, is dueling with the Goblin, who is just some visiting friendo from the Cyclopean Empire of the Mute Oaks, a nomadic group. And we're now in an ad break, so I will wait. I think that the combat in Dwarf Fortress mode is a love it or hate it thing. You either love it or you hate it. And that's kind of all there is to it. I think it's some of the most common complaints I see from people, actually, is just like, I wish I could give dwarves individual orders and tell them to wait and do like not StarCraft thing, but more like a real-time XCOM tactics thing. But I think it would just completely ruin the game for me personally. It would just be a different game at that point. Darren, thank you very much for the $5 in bits. It's been a little bit of a slow day in general for money, so thank you. Appreciate you. Chat was quite generous earlier, but a little bit slow. Thank you, though. Means a lot. So, how many goblins knocked into the lava to make a strike? Make a strike? What do you mean? I am curious as to which to... You know what? Let's actually pause this for right now. I said, I didn't just kill power tools and beer, did I? No, I didn't. I did lose one of my axe dwarves, though. Man, I should really, 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 really put a lava eruption fountain similar to this one just in the middle of this so I can... actually, I should just retool this. I should retool this here so that I can just make this artificially erupt. Or maybe just build one like right here. Make it go up. Or out of here, maybe. Something like that. I should just do that because, like, it would be real fun to be able to just push a button and make all this flow in. Also, I think they're all going after this one zombie, which is a really good bait. If they all walk in here, I will just lock this and turn the cannons on and tell them good luck. Shout out to the zombie for being my bait. An eternal lava fall with pumps, yeah. Just need to pump up, back up what's going down. Yeah, we did lose one military dwarf. This one. Position 4. Also just kind of waiting for this to cool off a little bit. Dwarves are bringing bodies down here. Another thing I could... Ooh. You guys want a bloody battle? I can give you a bloody battle. Let's have a bloody battle. Because I think chat, like, has a little bit of bloodlust sometimes, you know? Is it even Dwarf Fortress if you don't send your entire series of squads outside once in a while to go fight? Head on. And come on. Also, let's see how we're doing on Necromancers. Let's see if Talon read the book yet. Talon has not, in fact, read the book yet. That's impressive. Maybe I should make Talon a scholar in this library. who's apparently a competent critical thinker. Who's also hungry and stressed. Well, buddy. We could sort this issue out for you. I have not gone into Legends mode yet, no. Siege is still going. I'm just going to re-allow Talon to here. Go get food. We're about to end this siege, though. Just waiting for my dwarves to line up. All right, so we're going to open the door. We're going to go battle on top of the volcano. Just waiting for the gates to open. So, half of the or a good portion of the goblins are stuck in here. And we're just going to tell the dwarves to go station up here. So this dwarf right here, who's horrified after seeing many of their friends die, has realized that there is now a way into the dwarven fortress. And the dwarves rush out to meet their newfound foes. This first bit is going to be hard as hell to follow, but the dwarves are running up the side of the hill, bits and pieces of viscera flying every which way. Well, this is going terribly. We've actually already lost a bunch of my dwarves. Not Edzul's been found dead. Urvad the Axe Dwarf's been found dead. Where is my leader here? You are in a martial trance, fighting your way through many a goblin, slowly working your way up the hill. This is quite distressing, actually, the fact that we are stuck on the hill still. One of our other dwarves has made it all over to the side, who's Bembool. Okay, we are now we've made it up, which is good. We've got more military dwarves heading to the door. Also, someone named Kadi, which is a very not dwarven name, is the Baron Consort of Great's Gloves, which is interesting. Not one of my dwarves, but legendary. Dwarves are working their way up the side. So far we've lost Urvad, Lesulembeg, Ubal, and Edzul. Oh, absolutely, there is downsides to fighting uphill. I just kind of thought we'd get through them quicker than that. We've got dwarves fighting on the wall here, pushing their way through. It's kind of the 300 situation. Although most of the goblins at this point on the hill have been routed. The dwarves are moving through the wall of goblins, and it's now just picking up the stragglers at this point. Dwarves are continuing to fight through as the wall of viscera grows, turning the great volcano's surface into a battlefield. Shoutouts to the Hollow Corpse elf pilgrim, who's just here fighting, you know. Many of my dwarves are beginning to sustain injuries. However, alongside of those who have died, many are rising. Van Ori, with 36 kills plus 6 notables, is still leading the charge. Isn't even getting tired yet. That is dangerous. Oof. Sketchy, man. Sketchy. And with that, Reg, the peasant, has been found dead. One of the random peasants around the fort. And it's time to send the dwarves back inside to continue training. The siege has been broken. And wow, there's a lot of bones up in there. I mean, yes, we lost some dwarves. But also... Save the game? Well, I need to do that anyway. So I'm going to save to a new timeline, which I'm going to call Evil Arc. And then I'm going to retire the fort. And we are going to go take a peek at what in the hell the goddamn Cyclops was up to. Because I would love to know. Fight the long fight? Yeah, Russ Ames. We found it, Russ. We did, in fact, find it. Currently, I am retiring the fort because we are at war with a Dwarven faction. And the Dwarven faction that we happen to be at war with... excuse me. The Dwarven faction that we happen to be at war with had a militia commander... Sorry, Alfie. Had a militia commander who also happened to... How do I word this? Had a militia commander that also happened to be a Cyclops. I want to know how the fuck that happened. We killed it. One of my dragons did, actually. Cave dragons, specifically. But I'm just going to quickly retire the fort and look at legends, because I really want to know why that happened. Also, last night after stream, I was re-listening to the interview that I did with Tarn and Zach. And I want to just remind everybody, or mention to everybody if you missed it, they confirmed that we're going to have access to Legends within Fort Mode. Because Tarn said, I don't know if we'll do Adventures Legend integration or Fort Mode Legend integration separately or together. We're going to get both. Jeez. Late autumn. So that's our active save right now. What did I just like save and exit? What did I click? Very confused. Anyway, I gotta retire it now. I thought that like let you keep playing. Maybe I clicked the wrong button. What? Gotta be this one, right? Gotta be. Okay, first off, which button did I hit? Clearly not save. Save and return to what happened? I thought I just saved a new timeline, did I not? What the fuck did I do? I'm gonna go look at the VOD. Yeah, what in the world? Because it said saving game. Did it not save? Yeah, because it was 5th of Galena, late summer. Okay, what? I'm just skimming through the last of that fight. What would you like to name this timeline? Saves here will be grouped in the title screen in their own active save. Yeah, because, like, here's the VOD, right? Save to a new... Save and return to title. Save to new timeline. Called it Evil Arc. Whoa, where am I, what am I missing here? Oh. I see what I did. It's here. Okay. I didn't realize it split it into a literal new save grouping. Okay, I see what I screwed up. Weird. Well, I guess we're playing in this now. Do they just group things differently now? Because, like, I have several other, like, manual timeline splits, and they're grouped within the same maybe it's like a restart the game thing? I don't know. Anyway, let's retire Fortress. Save to a new timeline. Yeah, odd. Okay, Evil Arc Legends. Weird. Isn't that a feature of the last update? I guess. I'm just very because I thought that okay. I guess it doesn't do it retroactively. Yeah, it must be. All right, well, I mean, it's fine. It's not an issue. It's just odd. Not something I was expecting.
Hello's chat in blind crypty.
They now support folders, but I guess they don't support folders retroactively because all my retroactive folders from before that are still grouped the same. So that's why it threw me off. Because I am, like, expecting, you know, a kind of a different menu sorting thing, but whatever. Yeah, it's 220 here. Also, Neezer, thank you very much for the 11th month. You are correct, John Waterfall, yeah. And Celesty as well, hello. You are the captain of the guard now, by the way, as well as the champion. So you're running around beating the crap out of people and arresting people. Doing double duty now. How we Dwarfin? I'm retiring the fort right now so that I can load up legends for this world before I jump back in. And the reason I'm doing this... Realm of Destiny, this one. The reason I'm doing this is because there was a location that we were attacking, which we haven't destroyed yet, which is a dwarven location, and they had a person leading their army that was a little odd. A little odd. Not a Gorlak, but a little odd. A little odd. This guy, Ao. Ao was a Cyclops. Was one of the first of her kind, was associated with thunder, strength, minerals, and longevity, and light. Was born in the year 1. Settled in various places. Became the sacred dragon of the Hydrocrans. Okay, so this is like in the year 420, became a member of the Hydrocrans. So somehow, this Cyclops stayed neutral from the year 1 until the year 420, at which point it had a change of heart and joined religion, which is a dwarven religion around the realm of destiny, focused on the worship of Zon the imprisoned, the dwarven god of order, discipline, and laws. So joins the order of discipline and laws, and then from there apparently settled in sack channels in 426, became the broker of the tomes of drilling, which is who we were attacking, became the dungeon master. Good lord, could you imagine they have a dungeon master who's a Cyclops, and then the captain of the guard, and started fighting in defense of sack channels. Happened upon a dwarf named Mang Crystal Duties, fought with Mang Crystal Duties, while defeated the latter, escaped unscathed, fought with the scorching sieges in defense of sack channels, cornered a dwarf, and won. This is, in fact, me attacking them. Oh, became the champion. That's why you were in charge. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so became the champion in the year 538 after I attacked them. So then became the mayor. They elected a Cyclops mayor. Then we attacked them again. The Tomes of Drilling of the Rack of Lobsters. The Dwarf Van Ori led the attack, and the defenders were led by Ao. Ao fought in defense. Van Ori outmatched Ao with a cunning plan. We had a strong positional advantage. It was struck down Nish, one of my dwarves, in the round C, which is where this place is. Which is funny, because like it's saying that the fighting is happening in the round C, which is where this fortress is located, because Ao isn't actually like listed as being in sack channels. He's in the round C, which is the area where sack channels is. Then the dwarf Itun confronted Ao, fought with Ao, but the latter escaped unscathed. And then my cave dragon Mebzuth Rockcatch confronted Ao and struck him down. God damn. I demanded they surrender unconditionally, and they said no. Wow. Did the sacred dragon get killed by the dragon? I mean, ironically, yes. Oh no, he stopped being the sacred dragon in 515. Because he became the broker in 515. So he was the sacred dragon from 426 until 515, at which point he became the broker. He only killed 2 things. Both my dwarves. Must have been like a peace-loving thing. Wow. What a world. Quite literally, yeah. No, like, I attacked them because they were close by and I'm at war with their faction and whatever. And they literally, like, appointed their religious icon who'd been a they appointed their captain of the guard to the job of running the fortress because I killed their leader. How does a creature become champion? So certain things can happen in game. So there are intelligent creatures that have no culture. Intelligent creatures that have no culture, such as animal people and cyclopses and animals like that are not guaranteed to have a faction, can join religions without joining a faction. So this guy, this duder here, in the early spring of in the late autumn, in 420, joined a religion. So somehow he'd managed to join a religion. I don't know how. The first time stuff like this happened, I've never seen it happen before, but the first time screenshots of it started showing up was around, it was like 2020 or so, after all of the religion stuff was added. And I remember asking Tard about it in an interview once, and he said, you know, we're totally okay with Cyclops Pope. Or actually, I think it was Giant Pope. He's like, we're totally okay with Giant Pope. Even though we are aware it is a bug, we're going to leave it in because Giant Pope is fantastic. So, because there was somebody who had like a leader of a religion who happened to be a member of their faction that was also a giant. I mean, I've had Gorlax in my fort, so absolutely, yeah, you can have a Gorlak champion. Gorlaks are, I mean, I had a Gorlak queen. So, yeah, technically this is a bug, or was a bug, but is not. Well, that's rad. Anyway, let's go back to the fort. Basically, if the bug adds really cool things that could happen, then it's a feature. It's a benefit to the game, it's a feature. If it's a negative to the game, it's not a feature. All right, now we got a fucking big ass mess to clean up. All right, I'm going to add this to the burrow, so that we can bring these dwarves in. And we're going to start the cannons up again. Clear out the rest of them. Did I just get a migrant wave? What just happened? Although I don't think that was actually one of mine. So, probably not. Trying to make sure that there isn't currently combat happening. And one of my axe dwarves is fighting. Oh, I see. Gotta kill this guy. Don't lose more dwarves than I need to. Okay, sweet, they got him. I'm gonna wait for these bodies to rot, I think. See if I can get these doctors out here. And these guys are having a rough afternoon. Gremlin for mayor is a feature. I mean, if I'm able to acquire them, absolutely. Finding gremlins is the hard part, though. Because turns out gremlins, not all that common. Not all that common. I still think that one of my favorite bugs to turn into a feature actually isn't a Dwarf Fortress thing. It's a Warframe. Like, flying in Warframe was a bug. And they just, like, were like, okay, so we'll patch the bug, but we'll just make it easier to do. Whoa, 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 whoa. How the hell did you get in here? Oh, I'll bet you I know what he did. Bet you he climbed over this. I did intentionally leave an opening there so they could get in, theoretically. We've lost 3 more dwarves. Okay, so there are, or were, a few goblins that managed to get in, and there's still one at the back here. Sending the dwarves out, firing bolts at them, dueling with them. Got one very overexerted, very exhausted, very tired, very stressed out Mark's dwarf. Spear dwarves coming over. Easy peasy. Okay, the last few are done. Claim all this, get all this stuff cleaned up. What a shame. Okay, I need to go make more tombs, I think. Lava diver? What? I don't know what you're talking about, Diamond. Also, I totally missed this, but Darren used to be rich, apparently. I think I was a little bit distracted at that exact moment. Okay. Let's go here. Expand that. I think I missed these 2 tiles. We'll just erase them. What's my favorite DF creature? Ones that don't want to kill me. I quite like Rathlas. Rathlas are pretty cool. Cave crawlers are pretty rad. I don't know. It's one of those, like, it depends on the fort. Which I know is kind of a cop-out answer, but it's the truth. We're gonna go attack this again. We're gonna go pillage it. There's just ostriches walking into the fort. That's just funny. All right, another thing I need to do As it looks like Telenartho has done their job. There we go. How are you two doing? You're kindred spirits with Geotrack. Well, that's good. I think I'm going to go here, and Telen is going to be a little bit more free to roam the fort. Because I still want these two to get married, but they've become kindred spirits, so that's pretty good. So far, so good. Just discovered Crundles a couple of days ago. I used to like Crundles. Used to. I kind of stopped liking Crundles at a point because they can be very, 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 very annoying when there's 455,000 of them. What crimes did they commit? Canceling all of my construction jobs constantly. Maybe. 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 I don't know if, like, I'm willing to go through all of that, but maybe. Because, I mean, this dwarf does dream of ruling the world. I mean, currently what I'm actually just trying to do is I'm trying to just help Bonesaw find love, you know? Trying to help Bonesaw find love. I mean, Bonesaw's kind of nuts, running around babbling, but, you know, would really like to find love. So I'm trying to help her with that. That's all. Trying to help her find love. It's perfectly innocent, I swear. They never defeat anything but frequently flee. I mean, I would too. Quite perplexed as to why none of the dwarves down here are doing the thing. Oh, they did. No, oh wait, hold on. No, they didn't. Guys, come on. Oh, I see. Actually, it's probably it's a lower priority now. Let's increase that. There we go. All right. Was to learn that a giant hamster defeated a bronze colossus. That wasn't if you could learn anything about it? Well, that's amazing, but also kind of very sad. A giant hamster. Did it die of old age? Like, what ended up being the giant hamster's demise, if I can ask? Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I mean, it won't stop the fan art machine, but... Giant hamster defeated a bronze colossus. Was it... How did you learn that happened? Was it something that you seeked out, or... was it something that you discovered independently? Gigmoth, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Good to have you around. Hope that you've been well. Okay, well, I screwed some of this up. Like this one specifically. But that's okay. Are you allowed to doodle right now, Elfie, or are you still stuck in a hand brace? Okay. They're in the process of leaving. Wow, that is quite a few tombs. All right, well, at least stuff's getting placed in tombs. Moods also aren't that terrible, all things considered. Are you in, like, hospital or something? Nope, but you are leaving the map. There you go. But you? You are in hospital, okay. I think, let's replace Sezir the Sacred General with Laura the Talented Hammer Dwarf. Let's replace you with this competent fighter named Ingish, who I've never met. Let's replace you with this peasant. And let's replace you with, I don't know, somebody from another squad. Holy Fortress. Yeah, no, these words are all attaining religious titles. You. Competent Swordsdwarf. Going off to go pick up equipment? Fine. Got a steel boot. Nope. There's no limit for how long a fort can go. It's as long as you are willing to play. What's the longest? I kept the fort alive for almost 500 years once. It was a long time ago, though. There are several noteworthy forts that lasted for a very, very, very long time. Like 500 plus years. With varying amounts of history and proof and fan art and various other things. Arch Crystal was 500 years. I think 510 was the final tally. Long Death for me was 470. Close these. I also apparently killed a dwarf in my minecart cannons. Somebody named Erdim. I'm not sure if this is one of mine or not. But the gem setter has created a gauge trap, a perfect clear tourmaline, and offers it to the living fire. Well, that's fantastic. This is a perfect clear tourmaline. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of clear tourmaline. Well, that's exciting. All thing angles. I could put all three of these into this burrow. This one here. That one there. And let's do that mulet. This one. And I will assign you, you, you. Can't see the other one. Oh, it's literally just the 3. Why would you be sorry if you pass out? Go the fuck to sleep, dude. This dwarf. He's the former treasurer of the Tight Knight. Sorry, but that is a very funny name for a military organization. The Tight Knight. It's very funny. Unfortunately, just wasn't very interested in the. I mean, if you want to see Long Death, just type in ! Long Death in chat. And view away. Enjoy it. And you too will see why I stopped running it. Honestly, it just got boring. Tight Knight has come. I already know why I fear the night. Although I do gotta say, his outfit's kind of tight. Wonder if he can breathe in that. But no, that fort technically is still alive. Long Death, I could have kept playing it. But no interest in going back. Something Robin Hood Men in Tights. Crazy you're new to the game and binging all the tutorials? Yeah, lots of people are new to the game and binging tutorials, turns out. It was about 1,500 hours I think I spent in that fort in total. Maybe more. Almost as many hours as I have on the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress was spent in that one fort in version 47. Yeah, we were aiming for 1,000 years, but two things happened. One, it got really, really boring to watch. So my chat would die, so I stopped streaming it as frequently. I was doing it 7 days a week for a bit. If I'd kept doing it 7 days a week, I might have made it. I don't think my stream would have, though, because people got real bored of seeing the same fort every single day. And then combine that just with me getting bored of the same fort every single day. And then eventually the Steam version came out. When the Steam version came out, I dropped it. And I still, every now and again, if people ask me when I'm going to go back to it, and I always just say, it's done. It's on permanent hiatus forever. If you want the save file, you do it. Save files available. There you go. Go pillage Smack Channel. Icon's wrong. You are fully equipped. Oh. This seems suboptimal. So let's not put Nish in here. Let's put, like, this surgeon in here, maybe. Snatchers? Probably not for long. Oop. There he goes. Depth terrors, eh? Worshipping the barricaded ghoul. I love the fact that there is a child chasing this kidnapper trying to kill him. There is a child trying to kill the Snatcher. What an overachiever. You gotta go through me to get into the fort. Goblin. Yep, child's punching him. How old are you, dude? You're 12? Good stuff. Oh. This is the grandkid of Necromancer Queen Mum. That's actually kind of awesome. Also, both your parents are dead. Your aunt is alive, though. It's kind of cool. Come on, kid, punch him. Tomb Closes is a good last name for you, too. I know I've had some people tell me that they've been playing in like premium version, like this version, have gone back to, or not gone back, but like tabbed in and out between ASCII and non-ASCII, and have said it's starting to make sense. I've heard that, but I've never heard anybody going back to older versions. Your eyes refuse to comprehend because your brain is telling you that your eyes refuse to comprehend? Shrimply nibbles. It's no different than installing Civilization for the first time and looking at Civilization symbols with no idea what they mean. It's no different than that. People overthink it and make it more complicated than it really is. The reality is, if you would like to take some time and enjoy older versions of Dwarf Fortress, you have to play it the same way you would play Civ. You have to start at the very beginning of a brand new game and play slowly. That's how you learn games like that. But everybody just looks at video and they go, bah! And give up immediately. But everybody is a little lost when they first start playing an ASCII game. But nobody really actually has the interest in doing it. So if you're going to say, like, you don't understand old versions, just be honest with yourself and say that you didn't want to learn the old versions. Do us all the favor. Because as somebody who's legally blind, I still find the old versions kind of clearer in some way. But just remember, this guy whose eyes don't work could see the old versions just fine. Goes all right, Corey, and yourself? What have you been up to these days? I mean, it still does. The ASCII having charm. It's just difficult now because the zooming in and out doesn't quite work the way it used to. So I find new ASCII harder to follow than old ASCII. In some ways, I think it's actually harder to get into. You know, but you need pictures? All right, keep insulting your own intelligence and leave me out of it. I don't need to hear it. If you want to insult yourself, do that on your own time, not in my chat. That's between you and your brain. No, because the new ASCII release for Steam has a lot more tiles. People could create custom tile sets. I just haven't seen very many appear. The old ones would need to be modified, is the short version. But I haven't gone out of my way to look. I mean, you could make a custom tile set for Dwarf Fortress right now. It would just require redrawing every single tile, basically. And I haven't seen anybody actually do that yet. All right. Let's disable this. Burrow. And just double check that the book is where it needs to be, which it is. Kind of don't want to stress Talon out. Talon's actually upset right now as a scholar. I'm going to remove you from being a scholar for a bit because you're just getting stressed. We need Talon to go do things that they enjoy doing. Because we're just stressing you out by making you ponder. Yeah. Sounds like it went well then. A year ago, you were like, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, there's a lot more sprites now. I mean, you could make an ASCII tile set, Alfie, because there's way less sprites needed for ASCII. Make something like, look up gem set or classic. Could do something like that. There you go. Trying to cheer you up a little bit. At least she's not like bumbling around insane anymore, so that's good. Yep. Got another snatcher. I didn't even see that one. Sure they'll find it. Actually, I'm pretty sure my necromancer spotted them on the way in. Oh. There's just literally a thief just like hanging out in my hallway. That's just, that's something, man. Let's go kill him. Well, I think they got him. Okay. Let's go down into here. Extend the ones that need to be extended. You're too small. Oopsies. That's the stairs tool. Let's do that. Okay. A few more I gotta do down here real quick. Let's do you, 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 and you, and you, you. This one I screwed up. So while that is running, I'm gonna do this, 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 this. Start plopping all these down. Moods are gonna tank for a minute, but there ain't too much I can do about that. Actually, you're gonna go up that side, not this side. Not the tavern, but did run right into the fort. That wasn't the tavern. I mean, it ran into the temple, rather. The public temple, which is where most of my nobles hang out. The dwarves have arrived to trade, which is kind of shocking. The dwarves of my faction, not the dwarves that we're at war with. That would be bizarre. I do really wonder what started the war between the two different dwarven factions, though. It's always a fun thing to ponder. Why are there so many holes in the layers of one coffin? So that I can use the mass designation option without having to... so that I can use the mass designation option without having to build doors for every single one of them. Let's do 20 of those. I don't know how many more I need to make, but I didn't go down far enough. Let's just do 100. Rock. Oh, those are coffers, not coffins. Coffin! There we go. Rock coffin. But just because that is how I am building my tombs. That's fine. Am I getting ready for an undead army? No, because once bodies are rotted, they cannot be resurrected. No, I'm just playing Dwarf Fortress. Turns out you have to memorialize the dead in Dwarf Fortress unless you want your entire fortress to go insane because of zombies. The Baroness Rith meets with the human chancellor. Wait, what? I was gonna say, do I have another Baron? Turns out, Barons that are in your fort, that are part of your faction, that are not members of your fort, can meet with diplomatic people. That is interesting. My dwarves have returned from their siege. Let's see how that went. We pillaged them. Vanori led the attack, and when we unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Lone Glee of Orbs, led by Van Ori, clashed with 3 dwarves, slaying them. They clashed with 3 dwarves, slaying even more of them. Let's see what else we do. We clashed with 3 elves, slaying them, and we started looting stuff again. I'm going... Oh, also we seized livestock? What did we get? A cat and a horse. I guess that's livestock. What's our population at? Let's just keep pillaging. Let's just keep pillaging. And I think we'll pillage them one more time, and then I'm going to send a different squad and tell the different squad to conquer. Because that's going to be the only way we'll complete the Bad Fur Day. Okay, so fortunately, not all of these are assigned to dwarves, which means that's actually enough. See how many dwarves are being put in tombs right now. Only 1? Really? Find that kind of impressive. All right, so this is where trading is going to happen. You click that button, it removes or minimizes all forbidden items that I can't trade. Let's sell arrows. All these amulets that aren't named. Let's just sell a shit ton of gear. This is going to take a while. Oh, dwarves absolutely need some downtime. I mean, they don't need as much downtime as people in real life, but they need like a month off a year or so. Generally, though, because there's so many dwarves, they need, like, basically, there used to be a thing in the UI of Old Dwarf Fortress where it would list the number of dwarves that were idle, and it was really bad because it was really relevant at one point in time in early Dwarf Fort, but as they changed how, like, guild halls and stuff worked and how taverns and stuff worked and how other locations and how things are tracked worked, what ended up happening at a point was players would just assume, oh, I have dwarves idle. Idle dwarf bad. But in reality, idle dwarf is dwarf deciding what it needs the most. And assuming you have like taverns and temples and all those things, if they need to socialize, usually, not all dwarves, usually dwarves will stop what they're doing if they need to socialize and go socialize. But sometimes you need to help them a little bit. And by that, I mean locking them in a burrow or something where they can't work, or disabling all jobs for a bit or something. But also dwarves need to work. They go crazy if they don't work. So it's all about balancing. Balancing the needs of your dwarves versus the needs of your fort, which I think is a very fun little mechanic that I really enjoy. This is going to be a fuckload of stuff. Jesus Christ. Every day, I wish more and more we had a select all button or hotkey combination in this here piece of UI. Yes. But, you know, UI can always improve. I'm just going to continue clicking these buttons. Won't be able to type anymore. Alrighty, Core. I'm just going to keep clicking these buttons even though I'm in an ad because you guys aren't missing much. Surprise. Oh, wow, I really need to make some more hoods. Oh, yeah, no, I'm aware. The thing is, I'd want it in this. And I'd want a few more options, not like over here. Because I don't want to just sell all legwear. I want to be able to sell certain types of legwear with a button. Let's also sell random weapons I don't need, like pikes, halberds, two-handed swords, mauls, upper mauls, that. I also want to check bars. How many steel bars do I have currently? Steel 16? Let's make 16 spears. Well, that lacks us. 10. Oh boy. Well, time to trade. Turns out a lot of items need to be traded. Yeah, there's many ways they could do it. I just hope one day they do it. Probably also sell crowns. Turns out I got a couple of those. Probably also sell some rings. Let's do bracelets. Shit, that's expensive. Figurine. Oh, okay, none of those. Want me to read the Discord word story? Can do. So there's literally nothing for me to read. I'm gonna not read it and instead refund it because that is not really fair for the points. I would check the Discord word story, which is a room on Discord called Add a Word Stories. If you pop into that room, if you see the last time I've typed, that's how much I have to read. So start adding to it versus redeeming it. Greetings from the Woodlands. We have much to discuss. I get to chop down 25 trees. I haven't chopped down a tree all stream, so I think we're good. Light test, where you at? There you go. Very slowly leaving the map. Some rando forgotten beast arrived. Could care less. It's open right now? Yeah, it is. Okay. Throw this back in. Open this back up. Okay, so how many moronic goblins are still in here? Just a small handful, just a smidge. Send these 2 squads up here. Absolutely, plenty of spares. What kind of dwarf would you like, Lucas? It's more of a question of what kind of dwarf would you like to be, and less of a question of do I have spare dwarves. The purpose of like using that redemption is that there are plenty of spare dwarves. It's just a matter of what kind of dwarf would you like. Also, something else I'd like to sell to those traders if possible. It's rat leather armor, or just that leather armor, because I do not need much of that leather armor. And turns out there's a lot of it just lying around. Anyone would be fine. Do you have any beard preference? Would you like a beard, yes or no? All right, now we wait for the goblins to come to us, because that makes this whole process safer. As you can see, they're now moving forwards. Okay, so a dwarf with a beard. All right, military dwarves are moving up. But if you have preference of job, you're allowed to give me some preferences. It's funny, like, there's 2 things that happen, right? People are either so specific that I couldn't possibly, like, achieve what they're requesting, or they're so basic that it's like, well, I mean, you can give me more requests than that, you know? Not bad. Attis is showing his worth in steel. He's in a martial trance, even though he's tired. Killing 4 goblins so far, moving forwards. Running around the corner, hacking away at yet another round of goblins, and then proceeds to back off. How many are left? I think that's all of them. Let's just double check that there isn't a single goblin on the map. No invaders. All right, things are clear. Although we do have a ghost causing mischief. Okay. So now that that's done, we're going to go back up to the attacking entryway and claim everything up in here. Okay. Let's do a brewer then. All right, Jack. Can I get a round of beers? I'm curious how many people are listening to the stream today. Brewer with beard. There's a brewer with beard. Currently bringing items to Trade Jeep Depot. Lucas J. Fox is currently hauling a copper low boot. Whoopsies. He never becomes angry. He's a nervous wreck. He finds helping others be emotionally rewarding. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He tries to not reveal personal information, can handle stress, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is very humble, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, winks during conversation, starts to whisper when he's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Sees denial of impulses as vain and foolish. Pursuit indeed. Respects perseverance, values independence, and finds blind honesty foolish. And doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. I'm just going to click that button and then jump back to Lucas. You don't have any family in the fortress. Casbin Desinuron is your god of choice. And yeah, no current active past like friends or anything. No family in the fort. How long have you been here? You've been here for 11 years. You've lived here for 11 years and you have no friends. Well, could be worse, I suppose. He does feel empathy after discussing a friend's problems. I guess that friend must have died. It appears my military has returned. The Veiled Halls attacked the tomes of drilling of the Rack of Lobsters, and the dwarf Van Ori of the Walled Shields led the attack. The dwarf Van Ori outmatched the enemy. Unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in sack channels. The Elephant Aiden clashed with 3 elves, slaying them. The Lone Glee of Orbs, led by the dwarf Van Ori of the Walled Shields, clashed with 3 dwarves, slaying them. The Elephant clashed with 3 dwarves, slaying them. The Living Fire looted treasure and seized livestock. What did we get? 3 horses and 2 horses. So we should probably eat those. All right. I'm going to attempt to raise this place. If this doesn't raise them, then after that, I'm going to send a different squad to try and conquer and occupy. And I'm also going to eat all these horses because I don't need horses. Especially the alcohol to get through the workday bit. Not a great place to be in life, but, you know, it gets you through the working day. There is a lot of dwarves in this spot right here. Let's just trade for all these bars, all these gems, all the raw clear glass, all the clay. The instruments, the shook, which is one that I see my dwarves mimicking a lot, as well as the basin. We're just buying some instruments, basically, for in the fortress. And I will allow them to all be put into the tavern. So hopefully we'll get some music played. Hopefully. Okay, let's move down. They brought llamas, which I don't really feel the need to trade for. Would also like to buy all of the bins, if possible. Cloth. We'll do that first trade. Okay. I think we're going to start putting memorials in the library. Once we get them. Peasant was found dead? Well, that's a shame. And also, these 2 squads, I think I can put them off duty for a bit. Go take a break, dwarves. Go take a break. That's one of my military dwarves. Who's going to need to be put into a tomb. But these 2 dwarves are extremely injured. Making sure I've got doctors assigned. Just making sure that the hospital is stocked. Let's just add some more things to the hospital. Let's also go into the hospital area and be like, yo, guys, doctors, and at least one of each of these jobs, like, literally do nothing else, please. You guys can go read, hang out in the library, sit in the tavern, do whatever the heck you want to do. But I need you guys to, you know, take care of dwarves more than anything. Lytast is the slowest dwarf in the fort. Were those elephants or they're my elephants? The elephants that I have, I actually embarked with because I had the option to embark with them. So I brought a breeding pair, and all of the elephants in my fort were raised from that initial breeding pair. I keep most of them down in the caverns, and if we go to the pets and livestock screen, you can see that I have one stray war elephant and two unassigned stray war elephants. And if I scroll down a little bit, there's a bunch of stray elephant calves that are periodically growing up. I'm also gonna slay this eat this donkey. I'm gonna eat a bunch of the grizzlies. I could also make and assign these war grizzlies. They'd be fine too. As for the cave dragons, those I captured. That peahen, that turkey. Well, I guess I have 2 cats in the fort. It's the worst that could happen. What's up, Linku? How's things? Stone had a plan? Oh, Stone's trying to lose them, I see. I was like, what was Stone's plan? Was our plan a massive success? Clearly not. Well, it's time to go down to the bottom. And just go, well, actually, let's just go sheet. Scroll. Codex. You bring choirs. Any bags here I don't want. Yeah, let's just buy the bags. Oh, never mind. Can't afford the bags. Bags too expensive. Still bringing a few remaining things. Sometimes you win when you intend to lose, and sometimes you lose when you intend to win. So, take the wins where you can get them. I'm sure it'll be easy enough to lose them next time. Okay, so according to Putnam, loud noises making it impossible to sleep is only a thing for mining. Also, apparently champions are supposed to not have jobs, but they're not supposed to do jobs anyway. Okay, so apparently the main thing that is broken with noise is workshop jobs. So workshop jobs largely work except for, or noise works for mining and other things, just not workshop jobs. Which is interesting. You were up at 3 a.m. this morning to catch a flight. Oh, good lord. Going where, if I can ask? Or are you catching said flight right now? You've either arrived or you are just catching said flight, depending on your time zone. Other things. She wasn't specific. She said there may be other things that can cause noise, but the one that it's broken for is workshops. So, I'm just reading what the witch said and speaking accordingly. I love that we're, like, the Dwarf Fortress community is at this point now where Putnam is the witch, Tarn is the toad, Zach is Three-Toe. I did not realize I had so many instruments, but hopefully we can get some band practice in soon for these dwarves. And I'm gonna go here. Just increase this number, because God knows how many I actually have in the fort now. All right. And you're also just going to be connected to the fenced pumpkin. Yes. Toady the Wizard? Toadman Wizard. You just remembered you wanted to share this for a while, but you've only had one fort with FPS death. The reason was you walling off of your werebeast, infected dwarves, and one of them caught a strange mood and it slowed the game down to 2 FPS until you unalived that dwarf with DF hack. Usually what I do when that happens, is I let them start the I dig through the wall, let them start the artifact, and then I build fortifications around them when they get to the location. That also isn't FPS death. That's just a massive slowdown. FPS death is unfixable, right? And FPS death was an inevitability in older versions of the game, where eventually the game would just slow down over time to the point where it would just stop. That's FPS death. So you've never actually had FPS death then. But yeah, usually what I do in that situation, oops, some migrants have arrived. Usually what I do in that situation is I simply line up some Marks dwarves or just lock them in, or alternatively forbid the workshop they claim as soon as they claim it. And that, you know, is actually pretty effective because it causes them to... That's interesting. Okay, never mind. It's just you two. Which is actually pretty effective because what that does is it... Oh, sweet, that squad's actually back. The reason that's pretty effective is it makes them cancel the job and just go insane. Usually, or go berserk. So... just make sure they get locked inside, essentially. So this is me attempting to rout this Dwarven fortress. So Van Ori led the attack with a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. See how this goes. Van Ori led the attack, of course. Clashed with 3 elves. What's with all these 3s? Clashed with 3 dwarves, slaying them. We looted treasure and seized livestock. And we rampaged throughout the location. Is it destroyed? No, it is not. Okay. So I'm going to send the geared papers to take over this. Conquer and occupy. If successful, I will request some of them back. Wait, what? Why do I have 2 missions? Okay, well. There we go. Anyway, the geared papers are being sent out to conquer and occupy that place. Let's see what we just acquired. Because we just acquired more items. More horses. More horse burgers on the menu, boys. There is so many things that need death right now. I'm actually going to jump all the way down to the bottom layer down here. Maybe not right down here, but like up here. And I'm going to assign my named war elephants, or just all the war elephants actually, to this area. Because they need somewhere to be pastured, and I think that this squad has earned a break for a little bit. I realize that this might be a crazy thing to say, but I think this squad has earned a break, chat. I think they've earned a break. I'm also going to kind of go down the list here. And I'm going to pause a lot of jobs. Because currently I've got a lot of jobs that, yeah, they're important. But guys, we need to clean this fort up. And I got a lot of dwarves that, you know, need to go outside at some point. So we're just going to kind of go through all this stuff. Shift P. That's what I want. I just want to pause. Or Shift Enter, even. To cancel. It can be a combo of both. Rest and relaxation. Yep. And I'm going to say something very controversial. The next siege we get, I'm not going to fight them. I'm going to lock the doors. I think these dwarves have earned a break. The beauty also of these jobs is while I'm pausing them right now, if I just scroll down this entire list and hit the X, just like on hyperspeed, if I just hit the X on all these jobs, it won't, actually, these ones I do want to leave. It won't actually completely remove the jobs. What it'll do is it will, it'll just reset them because they're all work orders assigned jobs from in this screen. So they'll just get reassigned. But before they get to rest and relax, they need to finish putting stuff away, you know. That's what they need to do first. Stuff needs to be put away. Bodies need to be tossed. Dwarves need a break. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that the majority of the dwarves right now are just putting shit away. That's like that. Some of them are in the hospital. We've got, you know, dwarves immobilizing breaks. You know, shoutouts to Baka Glass here, who is immobilizing a break while crawling. Baka Glass, our chief medical dwarf, is incapable of walking, apparently. I don't know what happened, but they are incapable of walking. So, that's kind of impressive, gotta say. There is a limited number of Forgotten Beasts created at the start of World Gen for every single world, based on the number of creatures you set in your settings during World Gen. So they could go completely extinct, is the answer. And there have been people in the past who've tried to, you know, make them all go extinct. Actually, let me check something. Okay, so currently no dwarves are being placed in tomb. Although, I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to claim and roll all the way down to here. So all of these bits and pieces are now claimed. And let's go back to creatures and type in tomb. Okay. I need this removed and I need this removed because these statues have teeth in them and they won't be able to get the teeth off of them otherwise. But I can put those back easily enough. In other words, that fortress that you left behind because all the Forgotten Beasts were congregating there. Think of it as global pest control. Sure. Or Clash of the Titans and a legendary story that will go down in history. Also, we're being invaded right now by ostriches. This ostrich killed one of my dogs, apparently. Now they're dead, which is good. Tall burp, yes. Tall birds, Honey Bun Hauler. How you doing, Honey Bun Hauler? It's good to see you. All right, well, this squad is getting ready to head out. I need you guys to wish this squad luck. He does say he's fine on the way out. They're going to go attempt to seize sack channels. Let's see. Okay, nobody's being told to be put in tombs. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to body parts, unforbid everything, dump everything. I'm then going to go to corpses, unforbid everything, dump everything. What this is going to do is it's a higher priority than the current method of disposing of bodies that I have, which will hopefully get things cleaned up quicker. And they're all just going to get run up here. Uh-oh, you got that. Servish. And chucked into there. So there they go. Like I said, much higher priority. Really? How, oh, you probably just got stuck in an ad. Honey Bunholler, if you're not in an ad, type in N. And then I'll respond to that right now. Otherwise, I'll just read what somebody else said. I'll have you know that a ostrich and an emu are two completely different breeds of birds, Hangman. Also, YouTube chat would like you to wish their squad luck because their squad just went to go take over a human location. Or, yeah, seize a human location. Your fort is not the complex? Gotcha. I was just curious about how it's going around. I mean, this fort's pretty endgame, right? Like, honestly, this is probably kind of a tough fort to watch for some. Good luck, Yub Tub Scrub. You know, that sounds like a really good way to stay clean. Getting a good old Yub Tub Scrub. Saw an emu pack yesterday. Oh, I've been invaded by agitated giant emus. I had that happen in one fort once. It didn't last very long. It was very early in the Steam version. Still, nothing is going to be as memorable as the giant chinchillas that murdered half my fort. That was wonderful. That was the first loss I had in this version of the game was to giant chinchillas, and fucking chef's kiss, man. It was glorious. Okay, so it's like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of death by snoo snoo, you know? It's like death by the cuteness. So here's hoping nobody just died. It's possible somebody just did, but here's hoping nobody just died. Ah, somebody just died. Oh no! Died in hospital. What a way to go. Sheesh. Haven't fully left the map just yet. I love how this fort has gone from being overwhelmingly happy to being about to collapse. Everybody's so pissed multiple times. Like, it keeps happening. It's kind of insane, actually. If a dwarf wants to obtain an object, like down here, number one, you don't need to meet all of these. You just need most of them to be mostly met. But obtain or, like, acquire object means that they need to either get new clothes, get an artifact. Basically, they want an item that they can call theirs. They store their clothes in cabinets in their bedroom, and they store their like items in coffers or chests in their bedrooms. Test received, Shadow Absorber. What's up? An evil biome. 4 of 7s of your dwarves were killed by pack of emus. Were they undead emus or something? Or just normal emus? There was just one dwarf left. I once settled on a wilderness biome. This is in pre-version 50. And unpaused the game and had just spent like 30 minutes like naming my first 7 dwarves and reading all of their histories. We opened up legends and looked at their histories and like the histories of the faction, rather, not the dwarves' histories, but and we were trying to like figure out as much as we could about the dwarves, and then unpause the game, and 3 of them immediately died to crocodiles. Like, just crocodiles came, or maybe they're alligators, one of the 2. The big lizard with mouth and water came out of the creek and just, or the little river right there, and just ate and dragged them into the river and killed them. It's pretty glorious, honestly. All right. There goes the budding new noble. After passing by a garbage dump, so don't let them see it. Set it to lowest priority. There he goes. Still a few more need to leave the map, but... Zephon the Holy Plum is going to go take a nap. I'll actually remove him from this squad. What about you? All right, the Sacred Sheen. It's because I've been stealing books, and there's, believe it or not, a lot of jobs, and most of them are throw shit in the trash. So the dwarves are working pretty hard to throw shit in the trash. I'm mildly concerned for you, Raging Cave. You are as happy as possible, and you live in this fort. There's something wrong with you. Like, genuinely, there's something wrong with this dwarf. What bug, if I can ask? What did you find that was a bug? And I'm now also kind of curious if this is going to be something that I'm like, that's a bug. I'm actually just going to forbid this for right now. Oh, shit, I'm actually out of wood. Let's also forbid that. I'm stopping them from hauling all of the armor to this location. All right, squads left. All right, let's just follow somebody as they put stuff away. Or no mining or deconstructing taking place, but constructing? Okay. I have a question. Were you out of seeds? Because I had a sort of similar thing happen recently. But the interesting thing that I found out eventually that was causing it was... You did think seed bug? Okay, I was just curious if it's related to that one. But there's 2 instances of that I've seen happen. One was I had buckets on the map, but all the buckets were frozen, and I had dwarves in hospital, and I had orderlies set to everybody, so the dwarves were not capable of taking dwarves to hospital who needed it. Which is kind of nuts, if you think about it. So instead of, like, doing anything, they just kind of stood there, freaking out. Is a hospital, but had no patients. Interesting. And I wonder what could be causing that. Well, regardless, I'm glad you got it reported. Hopefully it gets sorted, whatever it is. There's a few, like, weird bugs that just cause all jobs to break. There was somebody in my YouTube comments once who was being all mad and saying that it's the fault of them for changing the job system, but I still maintain that, warts and all, this is a better system than the old one. I think it's just, like, the only people who really, really, truly hate this current system are the people who, play a lot of RimWorld, because they're just used to that kind of grid system, but I wouldn't want to deal with that kind of grid system with, like, 200 plus dwarves, that's too much. Ooh, Saber's got a record player. One of us. Slowly converting portions of my chat into record fiends. Trying negative building by mining down but leaving shells of hill buildings and walls from natural rock. You were worried to lose the effort. I can tell you right now that is a really fun project. I've seen people do that a number of times and it always ends up looking super fucking cool. I think I'm actually going to just remove dump from everything right here. So might as well just get it put into here. Once it ends up in this stockpile. So I'm just going to dump everything right there because it's just bronze chain leggings, which I don't need, and some random gloves. You're carrying an elephant bone? Oh my god. I realize that's like a massive waste, but I need to get rid of this shit. I need to get rid of this shit. This is like the third or fourth time now that moods have just swung hyper negative. All right. Bonesaw is your friend. You two are kindred spirits. I'd be so happy if these two hooked up. Worried after lack of decent meals. You know, I'm going to pause this burrow and let them elsewhere. Maybe go grab new items or clothes if they need it. How many books is the fort up to? You mentioned ago, I did not say 10,000. I said 1,000. We're at 326. I did not say 10,000 though. Oh gosh, that would be a bit. That would be a bit lot. Oh, I think that something got toppled on the way out. I don't know if I necessarily want you doing all jobs, but I would like you to go like socialize and stuff. And because this is your bedroom, I'm assuming? Oh no. Where is your bedroom, Bonesaw? Okay. Let's put a statue of a dwarf in here. Just make it a little bit of a nicer bedroom. I'm going to add this burrow right here. You can go to bed. Or, at the very least, admire things in your bedroom. And I'd be willing to hear it. I'm not going to state that I will do it. Not quite certain I'm ready to take mandates from my Twitch chat, though. You gotta go for a little walk? You have a good walk? Hello, Clino. How are you? It's really nice to see Tarn just like laying waste to corporate hierarchy at GDC. And shoutouts to my YouTube commenters for deciding that GDC stands for Giant Dwarf Convention. Which I'm here for. I like it. I respect it. I mean, what else could it possibly mean? Aside from Giant Dwarf Convention. See, satisfying acquisition. Very important. Just gonna go read some books. think I'm just gonna dump literally everything in this pile. Oh, what? No? Okay. What an odd thing. I genuinely don't know what happened in this spot, or in this tile right here. But a shit ton of stuff got done. Actually, okay, so I think what happened here is the dwarves that we traded with just dropped some items there. Perfectly normal, makes sense. But a lot of the items were the items I sold them, so they're all like shitty clothing. We'll just chuck everything that's there. I don't even care. Just get rid of it. Get rid of it all! All of it! Right now! Including the rotten cheese. Whee! Exclamation point redeem. You can attempt redeeming your stuff there. Grungy dwarven cheese. Does the merch ship from Canada? What, my merch? No, my merch ships from the region that you order it from. I'm not mailing it out myself, if that's what you're asking. No, it's Fourth Wall who ships it out, and they ship internationally, so. So much stuff just getting thrown away. These dwarves are doing spring cleaning that's so early, it's only autumn. Oh, I assume that my Conquer and Occupy failed. We led the attack. The dwarf Aiton put forth a sound plan, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. The geared papers, led by the dwarf Aiton, clashed with a single dwarf in sack channels. Clashed with two dwarves, two elves, and two dwarves. I think they're just, like, in the smallest squads of all time. Just gonna keep trying to conquer and occupy with them. Get back out there, dwarves. Parachuting sponges is one of the funniest mental images chat's given me in a minute. So thank you for that. I did in fact miss it, Stormwolf, yes. Even if it's just a big stone pillar. How the heck would I make a monument of knowledge? Currently, my current major vanity project is clean the fucking fort up. Turns out, there's shit everywhere. Everything from bits of armor and gear to random things that I've never seen before, to bodies, to fucking peahens. So I'll think about maybe doing some bigger projects once this place is less messy. Like, I'm not against the idea, I just don't really know what that means. Yeah, no, we're skipping the next 10 years worth of spring cleaning and just doing it all at once. Quite literally all we're doing. Holy shit. Our morale's something right now. How about I do this for a little bit? Let's turn this burrow back on. So we'll only clean the stuff up that's actively in the burrow for a little bit. Yeah, 75 of them. Turns out this fort's a mess. I know this might be a surprise to some of you, but turns out this fort's a fucking mess, man. Also, I do need access to this. Is this in the burrow? It is. Sweet. These are all the dwarves that are actively dumping trash. You know what? Let's just undump all that. Let's prioritize the stuff that's upsetting the fort. But are you still alive? I assume so because I haven't assigned a new person to your job. Yep, and you're not pissed somehow. Your full name is Napalm Sidebirds, the Aqua Pregnancy of Touch. I don't know what that means. I'm sure the dwarves understand it better than I do. You could really use a drink, apparently. You do have some nerve damage. You're improving crutch walking. And you're gripped by crippling shyness. And your husband doesn't live here. I have 3 necromancers. And it appears that Geotrack's just putting his shit away. Although, he does have a pretty fancy crown on. Honestly, very fitting. Of somebody who dreams of ruling the world. Look at this. It's got an image of Lead Dents, the horse leather buckler, in green glass by Wintersea on it. Very fancy hat. Just wondering how everybody can be so glum. Dude, look at yourself. And you wonder why people could possibly be so glum. He'll take it for being 102. Yeah! That's what I say. It'd always be a lot worse, you know? Meanwhile, Attis is running around completely naked for some reason. Attis, why are you naked? You putting on clothing or something? Also, there's a horse starving to death. Probably eat that. So, Clino, fun thing happened today. We were attacking a dwarven fortress that we were at war with. It was a perfectly legitimate battle. Okay, perfectly legitimate. Oh, I see her. I see what's happening. We're off-duty, on-duty loop thing. I'll just keep them in no order so they keep their gear on. Anyway, we were invading a dwarven fortress. Perfectly normal dwarf fortress things. And something very strange happened. While we were invading the enemy, we noticed suddenly that whilst invading the enemy, the leader of their squad changed. So the leader of their armies changed and went from being a dwarf to a cyclops. So that's kind of crazy. And then upon some research, we discovered that the cyclops was in fact a citizen of that faction. In the year 420, he became a member of one of their more popular religions and then became a religious figure of that same religion only a few years later. I'm quite proud of it. Unfortunately, we horribly murdered it, but it's still a good story, I say. It was at one point their broker and then got elected mayor once I started invading them. Mayor Cyclops. Holy Dragon. Imagine that. Holy Dragon was his title, so. One of them have left the map. We'll just keep doing their thing. You know, it's been a long time since I've been real tempted to just use auto dump destroy, but Jesus Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Aye. Turns out there's a lot of crap in this fort. All right, I'm going to make a temporary zone. Okay, this temporary burrow is going to be called. Fuck it all. Maybe not quite that, but it's literally just going to be here and here. Clean this shit. Everybody's going to be assigned to it. And it's going to be active. And I'm just going to go all the way across here. Just dump everything. The stuff that's usable, well, it'll get saved. Because sometimes you just need to, you know, clean this shit. Can you eat that garbo? Certainly. Certainly. I'm also going to toss this into it as well. And go down here and set all this to be dumped. I'm wondering if a dwarf is going to fall into here. That's what I'm currently wondering. So all of the bronze, all the copper, all the non-metal safe stuff is going to break. I'm also going to do this for safety. The reason I'm doing this is stuff is falling in here, which is creating lava mist. And so if they stay to this side, they're less likely to get splashed by it when stuff falls down into there. Yay! We've sacked sack channels, chat. Success. Round of beers for that. I go request these dwarves back. Lazy man's gonna go get them. We have officially sacked sack channels. Speaking of sack channels, let's see how the seas went. The dwarves went in there. Iton had a sound plan, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. They clashed with 2 elves, slaying 1. The dwarf Iton clashed with a single dwarf, slaying them. And Iton clashed with 2 dwarves, slaying them. Now remember, they're not killing every single civilian. They're just killing the soldiers, right? And anybody else who fights. And, oh god, that's an awful name. The Living Fire defeated the Tomes of Drilling of the Rack of Lobsters and took over sack channels. And the new government was called the Bust of Seeds. I didn't come up with it, chat. The dwarves did. You can't blame me for this crime. All right. Well, now that's completed. That's great. On to the next mountain hall. Preferably even the ones that are right next door. The Bust of Seeds. I would like to go for Violent Mind, which is literally right next door. Now, I need to check something. Pets and livestock. Will they leave the map? Or will they just sit down here? Yep, they'll just sit down here. Okay, well, let's just... Doop, 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 doop. Basically, Errol is the one that stays here. Yeah, okay. Man, these dwarves, these elephants have done well. Gnomes don't count. Gnomes do count, man. Come on. What you got against gnomes? I thought it stood for goddamn computers. Chat, what does GDC stand for? Wrong answers only. God, that's so many. There's so many gauntlets. There's so many goddamn gauntlets, man. What the heck? Saw a big glug just now. It's like somebody just threw a barrel of something in there. I'm in an ad break. Goblins, dragons, and cave ogres. Gotcha. Golfers designated carts as one. Going down caverns. Gotcha. Nomarians desire crickets. Oh. Global destination course. Or destruction course. Oh, okay. Great detective cars. Okay. Go Dwarf Conquer. Good Dwarf Conquer. That's the Dwarf Fortress RTS spin-off in the vein of Command and Conquer. Let's throw a med tub in here. Aleph in here. Zephon in here. Mestos in here. Green Destroyer Cassowaries. Okay. Are you back? Oh, you're back from your walk. Welcome back. I was going to say, you're either back or you haven't left yet. Also, just a reminder for people, the plan for today is to play some Jupiter Hell. And hopefully don't die in the early game again. Like yesterday. And thanks for all the follows, by the way. Those mean a lot. It really does. Fairly little walk, gotcha. Which you've been putting off. Hopefully it was productive work. Also, chat room, you should go buy Ulfsire's game, which is Path of Acra. Me putting in work motivates you? Have you thought about streaming your game dev? Out of curiosity? Need to let these dwarves all go get drink. All right, so I kind of have two options here, I think. I could make a zone called Celebration and force all the dwarves into happy places for a while. Or we can just keep brutally trying to clean up the rest of the fort. Those are kind of the two options I see. What did you guys like to see, chat? Witness can help with some procrastination. Oh, no, totally. It absolutely can. Happy break sound best? Okay. I've got the best name for this burrow, chat. It's going to be called something along the lines of like Happy Break La La Land or something. But it's not going to be that clean because we're not going to use it during combat. Or any kind of siege situations. Oh, that was supposed to be clicked. Oh, apparently I'm smoothing everything. Not really what I wanted to do. So, not sure how I managed to assign smoothing instead, but here we are. Let's go back to this burrow. I can smooth the tomb layers, though. It's fine. Okay, so this is going to be called Happy Break La La Land. Okay, well, it's La La Land Party, then. And there we go. Breaky time, guys. Who needs to even plant seeds? We're going to stay in here for the majority of winter. I'm actually just going to go into here and forbid all this because we don't need this. It's silly. All right. Let's watch the dwarves as they come barreling into here. Except I'm not going to, or rather, I'm going to also go into here and just type in mech. I'm going to remove the 3 necromancers from here and turn on the necromancer's burrow as well. Because I do want them to become very good friends. I think we hang out until the 1st of spring. Drive them forwards with whips into happy places? Absolutely. How else are we ever going to recover from this absolute cacophony of horrible moods? And it's brutal for these dwarves that just want to, you know, be with friends. All that jazz. Squads are leaving. Says here the Sacred General is going to take over that squad again. And another thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go up to here, grab this, and I'm going to remove all the squads from here, that train there. And we're instead going to run them down to this, get them training down here. So that they can hang out in the middle of the tavern while they're training. Watch some performances. Maybe even socialize a little bit. And it appears that the squad is coming back. They led the attack, and the defenders were led by a dwarf. Van Ori outmatched the dwarf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Violent Mind. Gotta say, Violent Mind is a really good name for a location. We killed their commander. Power Tools and Beer struck down a dwarf. Van Ori struck down another dwarf. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Did I just kill their king? I guess I won't know now, will I? No, okay. Iteb is the queen. I did not just kill the king. Well, it seems to have gone well. In fact, we did loot stuff from there. I thought Ingez was the name of the queen. I was like, oh god. Struck down by the dwarf Doran Bud Tours. The Lone Glee of Orbs, led by the dwarf Van Ori. The Walled Shields of Death. Clashed with 10 dwarves in Violent Mind, slaying them. The Living Fire looted treasure. Quendelf, thank you very much for the raid. I hope that your stream was good. Bunch of random crap from the looks of things. Chatroom, can I get a shout out for Quendelf? Check. Can I get a round of beer for the raiders? And we are currently forcing my dwarves to socialize and chill out for a little bit because it's been stressful times recently. But things are okay. Sometimes this bot is a little too... Yeah, I know what you mean, right? And I feel that. Oh, I got no food and empty food storage items. Well, that's probably not bad. Oh. I wonder, can I currently cook tallow? I may have like disabled cooking of all tallow. Labor, kitchens. Yes, I did. Anyway, let's just make some fat burgers, I suppose. Kind of hoping that we can get some dwarves playing performances or something. Currently, they're not even really allowed to pray. They're quite literally just socializing. Except for this squad, who's making war. Interesting. Well, look at this. They can have intellectual discussions with acquaintances while watching a performance and also training. Oh boy. So the first thing we ended up doing was just like removing all tasks. Dizzy? What causes dizzy? Huh. Is it because of the massive amounts of infections in your neck? That seems bad. Yeah, I just don't think I've ever seen it before. I mean, we do have soap in the fort. Oh, you're no longer dizzy. All right. I do have plenty of soap in the fort. There's like 50 bars of soap in my hospital. Actually, it could be for the same reason that this dwarf over here is vomiting. It could just be the tavern keeper being enthusiastic about their job, which is certainly possible. I mean, Spence is doing the job right now, but currently is just hanging out. Seems. Kind of hoping we'll get like some music being played or something. Could be a spider bite. Oh, does spider bites make them dizzy? I thought spider bites made them something else. Could be wrong. Someone play some music, dwarfs. Come on. Hey, Shimshongs. I'm actually not sure if the happiness meter's going up or down right now. I want to see them use these new instruments. Socializing. Because I realized something yesterday while I was streaming, which I didn't say out loud because I was playing adventure mode, but I don't think I've ever actually heard drinking industry in this fort, which is absurd given the like size of this like thing, this area here, right? And I wonder if it's got something to do with that pen and pasture right there with the turtle. Move Pumpkin over there. The giant snapping turtle. Pumpkin. See if we move Pumpkin out of the way. If that'll help. I'm wondering if the dance floor was considered too small. I mean, it's a 14 by 9 common area. It should be big enough. Won't I have music turned off? No. No, it's playing music. You just possibly may need better headphones or turn your volume up. Well, the instruments are irrelevant. The dwarves will just beatbox. They'll just be happier with the music on average. It may also be because, like, when I look over here, a lot of them know poems. Not a lot of them know songs. There's not a lot of songs that people are familiar with here. Like this dwarf does, the Song of Wonder. Like, if I just go here, Oh, there's some music being played. The thing is, we need dwarves to... Okay, let's see, here's a dwarf playing a shunk. So this is Solon. Solon does know a few songs, and clearly knows how to play this instrument, whatever it is. Which is a handheld instrument, which you're holding. It's the musician okay. Oh, it's a bagpipe. It's got a bellows made of leather. It's a mid-sized bone instrument. The musician uses the leather bellows to send air over the interior reeds. Okay, so it's like a bagpipe type deal. But in order for dwarves to learn songs, dwarves need to play music while other dwarves are listening. And then slowly dwarves will learn songs. Which is why if you have a lot of visitors from, like, let's say, a human faction and they play music every time they arrive, your dwarves will all learn human songs pretty quickly. Or that faction's songs, more specifically. Aw, man. So far, the fight was going good initially. But the dwarf Eusteth was struck down by a dwarf named Vakar in Orbsheim. Well, that's interesting. I also attacked the wrong location, turns out. Dwarf Burr was oh, okay, these are dwarves that are owned by my dwarves. Apparently we seized treasure and looted livestock from this location. I actually attacked the wrong place. I was intending to attack a different spot. We got a yak, 2 yaks, and a cat. 2 yaks and a cat. I mean, it's fine. I was going to attack both of them. I just wanted to hit this one, Violent Mind, first. Instead, I accidentally hit this one, which is, largely okay. I'm gonna go pillage. Violent Mind. Also, I just realized I never actually did this. Request these dwarves, please. I mean, that would be terrifying if Rick Astley, the traveling minstrel, arrived. Although, honestly, I think you just gave me an adventurer job. I'm going to need to write music. I need to be a blonde human musician, I guess, and singer, and travel from place to place singing the same song badly. And see if I can teach the entire world this song. Thank you for giving me a mission. We need to be able to name the songs we write. Let's make this into a community art project. Doing that, getting some art on the floor, You will know why you fear the memes. Dwarves are telling stories. Well, this is going down, and these numbers are going down, which is good. Let's wait until this is, like, 30 again. Oh, they're dancing. Oh, there's spilled wine. Well, seems like it's definitely been a good party so far. Nobody brawling under the influence, though. I'm seeing dwarves dancing. I love how you can just see giant fucking wolf through the floor. There's something about that that's just truly wonderful to me. Dwarves getting great thoughts from all this training. You'll love to see it. That is an unanswerable question, because they are very different. I enjoy variety and getting to stream different things. I stream Fort mode way more, and always have, because very few people watched Adventure mode. I would like to live in a world where I could play both. That's a very hard to answer question, because they are literally two different games. People always need to make it a this or that kind of discussion. I think that's a bit of a waste of time, personally. All right, squad coming back. Once again, another pillage. We attacked them. Van Ori unrolled a great plan, and we had a strong positional advantage. We clashed with 9 dwarves, slaying them. Oh. I have a feeling we can go capture Violent Mind now. I'm going to send the Geared Papers again. Sacred General's going to go take over it. Conquer and occupy. Good luck to our dwarves. We're going to go after Orbsheim again with this squad once they're back. Just waiting for this dwarf to return properly. There they are. They're back. Missions. Orbsheim. Lone Glee. Head back out. All the dwarves are at home partying, and the squads are not allowed to really leave. Big pupper, good pupper. Yeah, he's a big pupper. Big doggo. Bet you they didn't expect him to get that big when he was a puppy. Yeah, you might learn this about me over time, but I don't really like answering questions of, do you like this or that better? Because I've learned over the years that all it really does is it teaches your audience to play favorites and be like, well, he doesn't even like it anyways. It's kind of one of those questions that regardless of how I answer it, the outcome is negative for me. No, it's all good. I'm just kind of explaining my thought process. Would depend on my mood? Yeah. Well, I mean, the way I've been talking about adventure mode a whole lot recently is like, the reason I'm so excited about it, and I really hope that it develops, at the very least, a decent-sized active fan base within the current community, is because it gives me variety in my day, right? I enjoy both games, or both modes, I suppose. They're very different, but I do enjoy both modes. That is the fact. And for me, that allows me to have a break sometimes. Okay, we are clearly killing a bunch of things. Also, I think I just lost some dwarves. So that place, the Glee of Orbs, is currently attacking. Quite dangerous. So this attempted pillage. The Shields of Death led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf Ishtan. Van Ori outmatched the dwarf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Okay, well, Elephant's doing work off the start. Rimtar was taken down by a cave dragon. Adol's City Clouts was struck down by a cave dragon. Mina Healed Woods was struck down by an elephant. Kib was struck down by Lightast. Iwa, the elf, was struck down by Van Ori. Arug Watchful Rack was struck down by that person. Dwarf was struck down. A dwarf was struck down. An elf was struck down. Dwarf was struck down. I may have bit off more than I could chew with this one, I think, because it's just going to keep going. Struck down. Struck down. Stable Shrews of Deer. Gem was struck down. Vakar Flame Tombs. I'm sorry I killed you. You had a rad name there, dwarf. Ingiz was struck down. Stan was struck down. Arash was struck down. Deadok was struck down. Good God, man. This is quite the fight. Holy shit. All of these individual ones are named dwarves too, so these are like historical figures.
This is madness!
Madness? Okay, not so bad. Why did I lose some dwarves then? Yeet. I was expecting that to turn nasty, but it didn't. Perplexing. Should stop stealing livestock from them because... I keep ending up with random livestock I don't want. Oh, I see why. It's because they got elected positions. That makes sense. There we go. They earned their ale on that one? No, clearly. Definitely. How you doing, Hobo? I cannot wait for the first real race of the year. Is it weird that, like, I have a hard time counting Jeddah and, blanking on the name of the other race. Abu Dhabi? Is it weird that I have a hard time considering them part of the F1 calendar? It just doesn't feel right. To afternoon start time for you? Yeah. You like Jeddah? I'm not gonna lie. Jeddah made me really worried for the future of this season, just because of how little passing actually happened at that race. And that is normally a pretty fun race to watch. I do agree. It's a pretty track. It's not my favorite night race. I think Singapore is probably my favorite night race, aesthetically. But it is a pretty track, I'll give you that. I'm just gonna geld all of these cats and eat the caged one. I'm okay with having some cats running around, I just don't want a bunch of kittens. I mean, the midnight race is Vegas, right? Also apparently has some dogs. All right, well, let's try capture this place again. Yeah, no, I agree. Although I think the next race starts at like 10 o'clock at night for me. Which, that's fine. Stay till midnight watching a race. I can live with that. Want to practice some martial arts? Feels isolated after being unable to find... Ooh, actually, that's a bad thing. Let's add these offices to this zone. Oh, well, okay, never mind. It is in the zone. So you should be able to access that. Weird. I'm in a ad break, but there isn't too much going on. I don't know. I like Danny Rick when he's good. Optimus might be in an ad. Shit. Oh wait. Mostly just staring at the dwarves, watching the mood shift positive again, but also just like making sure that things aren't getting worse. That's my biggest concern right now. Just making sure things aren't getting worse. All right. As far as how long until red RBR or RCarb? VCarb, that's what people were calling it. VCarb. Visa, Cash App, Red Bull, right? VCarb. Anyway, VCarb, ditching Danny Rick. I like Danny Rick. He seems like a cool dude. He's a good piece of marketing. But I'll say the thing that I like to say whenever it comes to, you know, drivers, and that's, I would much rather a new driver be on the grid than the old stalwart remaining in power for all eternity, because that's just not really, it's just not why I'm there, you know? Also, the leader of this squad ceased being the leader of this squad. Why? Oh, because you also got elected to a position. Got it. That's right. You in here, you in here. And send them back out. Just keep trying to claim this is mine. Conquer and occupy. Send them out again. What'd you miss? Well, I've locked all the dwarves in the tavern to try and sort the moods problem out, because it was getting pretty bad. But it's starting to slide to the positive again. We are trying to take over Violent Mind, which is a neighboring location. And, yeah, doing that, mostly. But trying to keep my dwarves sane. I think we're going to swap these two squads to just normal-ass metal armor. They can go put clothes on underneath their gear. Believe it or not, it actually makes them really happy. Also going to do the same with this squad, even though it's going to stop them from being able to wear shoes. Chat room. We did it. We did it. Success. My goal was completed. The first time they've played this song in this whole fort. Victory dance. You know what to do, Chad, I think. TLDR, big round of beers, please. And also your favorite dancing moves. There! You threw off my groove! Asshole. It actually cancels the music! What an asshole. God damn it. He had a good thing going. He fucking ruined it. What a guy. Trying here. All right, chat room. So the moods are swinging upwards, which is good. And we have plenty of time to play this fort tomorrow. But I did promise Gloves, and I myself also want to, play some more Jupiter Hell. So I think it's time for us to save the game. And we'll pick this mess back up tomorrow. Currently, we've got squads trying to seize locations. We've got squads putting on clothing for the first time in a very long time. Hold on a second. Vanory, are you wearing 3 dresses? Okay. I mean, you haven't had clothes for a long time, so I guess you're just making up for lost time, I suppose. Allowing my, dwarves to do the things they'd like to do again, which is equipping robes and fancy clothing while they train. Ogres have layers. True, dress for success. Large number of dress equal large number of success, right? We do have an elephant in my tavern. This elephant is quite the war hero, if I do say so myself. I think that today's been a very productive day, aside from the part that there's still bodies fucking everywhere that we need to deal with at some point, which we'll get to. Don't worry, we'll get to it. But, for right now, the current status of this fort is it's been very productive. We took over, and we took over a necromancer tower, and we acquired a necromancy book. We took over sack channels. Recluse Works has been ours for a bit, and we are currently in the process of trying to acquire Violent Mind. No preferences? All right, no banner. We'll give you one more. We'll just give you the happiest unnamed dwarf who's Zess. Performing one. What's a tavern without its own elephant? True. I mean, my prison has a giant wolf, which is pretty great. This is the spouse of Lazy Man. She very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, can be very optimistic and happy. Generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation. My friend Benz is the book you're reading right now. And has a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands, has a greedy streak and doesn't seek out excitement, often feels discouraged, is stubborn, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Has an active imagination and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Is trusting and lives a fast-paced life, is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this, and she values friendship. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't care about much anymore at all. Period. Really. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Believes that it would be a fine thing if all time was leisure time. Believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. Deeply dislikes competition. Respects fair dealing and fair play. And values peace over war. And respects the law. Llama's been missing for a week. Oh no! You do have a child, and you're reading the book of the group now. You're reading books and learning all sorts of books. You're an expert gem setter and cutter, but you're quite rusty. In a while. The game's decided to save. All right, I'm gonna pause Dwarf Redemptions because those won't have any purpose. once I've swapped games. But I'm glad that it's a part of the stream that you enjoy. No banner flags. Looks like an anatomical piece. Well, it appears that the dwarves are here to demand... Oh, okay, hold on. We have to keep this fort going for another couple minutes. You know why? Because, they're here to demand a parlay. Well, motherfuckers, I think not. Motherfuckers, I think not. Parlay this. Parlay this. I've been waiting to do this for so long, and nobody's sieged from this exact angle in so long, and I've been so sad. Take a bath. You stink. Oh, got one. We're just like, parlay! Parlay! You're supposed to we're demanding a... We said parlay. Parlay this! Good luck. Oh, God. They may actually be attacking me. I should probably lock the door, actually. Now I think about this. Should probably lock the door. That would probably be smart, because they might actually be straight up just attacking me. Let's turn this off and turn this on. Pause that. Pause that. If there's any dwarves outside that end up dying, well, too bad. So sad. Sucks to be them. Okay, well, they haven't, prevented the parlay just yet. The actual way to do this is have a little trench that is full of lava. So they have to walk through the lava to get out, which... I built this thing and then no one has shown up since, so I kind of wasn't expecting somebody to ever siege down here again. And I just got so busy, I kind of forgot I had this. Oh, there they go. That's it. Siege is over. It was just like, Toasted is just like, Woo! Deny that, by the way. Denying your parlay. That was easy enough. And now we will turn the happy, fun, la la times back on. Oh, wow. They didn't even close the gate. That is something. That is something. What do I think of the new burrows? I would prefer Floodfill come back because that was at one point a vanilla feature, which stopped being a vanilla feature at a point. I'd really like Floodfill back, please. But aside from that, I like them. They're good. You used to be able to click us, or you used to be able to hit Q and then press enter on a location, and then press plus and minus on the numpad, and it would just fill up to the walls. I would really like that feature back. Even if it was just like click and then scroll up and down on the mouse wheel or something, or like hit a hotkey. I would like that feature back, because that was a very good feature. It was in version 47.05. Dining room be legendary. GeoTrack, how's your relations doing? Well, you are friends with Bonesaw, so I guess that's a good thing. You are kindred spirits with GeoTrack, so maybe you two will hook up, maybe you won't. Be fine either. But yeah, that is... What vile force of darkness exactly? I don't see them. Gotta just be a bunch of stealth thieves, right? And the game's not letting me, like, go play Jupiter Hell, is it? Oh, there we go. Spotted some snatchers. Okay. Apparently there's nobody on the map. Run them back home. Possibly, but I didn't see one. Just having a look-see, I suppose. All right, well, chat room. I think it's time for us to save this glorious fortress. Today was a very memorable fort. Just for the VOD and for completionist's sake, if you want to be helpful, say good night, YouTube. However, folks over YouTube, do not panic. We will be playing, or the stream will continue going. We're just gonna go play a run of Jupiter Hell, which was a game that we streamed a little bit of yesterday, so if you caught some of it yesterday, you'll see some more of it today. Because I'd like to get a win. Like, kind of badly. Alright, so let's, wait for the game to finish saving and start that thing up. But for those of you who missed Jupiter Hell yesterday, it's think like XCOM, but you play one character. It's a top-down, turn-based traditional roguelike in the theme of something along the lines of Doom. I would describe it as a spiritual successor